George. Why did you get in that bag? We drink a little wine, no one knows us.
He said, Sarah,
Sarah.
that's my name, don't wear it out. It's not intentional
Sarah
to
Boone
fall
needed a
asleep,
lawyer.
I swear.
Not malicious.
But he
I
said,
fell asleep.
Not malicious.
Then I fell asleep.
Sarah,
I fell asleep.
please won't you let me
Because it makes it sound like to
Rip
me
around
like
the beach, she
I'm
said,
being
it's
accused of
not you.
something that was not
About a
intentional.
woman,
I'm being accused of it.
not intentional, no
Right where it
malicious.
is.
She
Right down
just
there.
fell asleep
You
and
did
played,
it.
forgot he was in the bag of dead and stuff. Not intentional.
And I
Not
can't
an
imagine
accident at
her
all.
sister.
It will all make sense
The
when
case
she
is an
takes the
aberration.
stand. Oh, Sarah, Sarah.
Now you all think that I had even more in quote intent to do what I did, which was not intentional.
He said, Sarah, Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. It's not intentional to fall asleep, I swear. But he said, Sarah. But he said, Sarah. We said, Sarah, Sarah, Sarah.
Hello everybody, excited utterance here. My name's Hella and it's another Sarah Boone day over in Florida. I believe there's been all sorts of funny things happening over in the courthouse, like perhaps a lady not being able to control herself. Maybe she's a narcissist. A narcissist. She can't stop talking. Yeah, I think she got thrown out of the courthouse. Perhaps that was it. Something like that. How is everybody? Chinny, it's game time, Chinny. Yes. Sarah. Did you see that I played that at one of the dance parties I DJ at? Ha 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 ha. And people danced and they had no idea. They enjoyed it unintentionally. Yes, that was funny. I thought she sounded drunk. Oh, I don't know. We'll watch it later, but Dali just played it on his stream as well. So we'll hopefully see that later on. We have a special guest with us today. We're going to bring him in a moment. Of course, we have our lovely co-host Dali. And I believe we've got some more people coming in shortly from Kat's stream. She said she was bringing people over, which was nice of her. So, yeah, I know it's just working out so well. We've got the YSL trial and then we have the Sarah Boone trial happening at night. So people can watch both, which is lovely. All right, let's say hi. Hello, Dali, and welcome to our special guest, Mr. Ron Coleman.
I'm special.
Apparently, we're going to make you feel special.
You already met.
Ron and I have never met till just now.
Oh, we met. We met in a chat. It was only a couple of nights ago, but it's never been the same for either one of us.
I know, like we're never going to look back. Never going to look back. I tend to
We'll
pick up
have
all these
Lego.
lawyer friends. I know, right? So you're in New York, is that right?
It's close enough. I'm actually in New Jersey. I'm literally looking out the window at Manhattan, at the west side of Manhattan, in Newark, New Jersey. And I'm looking across. I guess it's Union County or Hudson County.
Yep.
At the Hudson River, and then the west side, Midtown. But, for the whole world, I may as well be in New York, let's face it.
Okay, I didn't realize that's how geography works. So if you're in New Jersey, you could actually see like the buildings and stuff.
If you're in this part of New Jersey, yeah. Sure. And I
There you go.
live close by, just a couple miles north of here, and indeed, we can see New York from where we are too. And therefore, all our housing costs are commensurately increased by virtue of the privilege of being in the shadow
to see all
of
that.
Gotham.
Okay. Yeah, right. I have never been to the US. One day, maybe. All of my amazing followers who are building up over time will crowdfund me to go over there. That would be
going to come on a dance competition.
Well, I mean, I was going to years ago. I was like going to do the whole dance trip thing, and then I started doing this, and that started taking up all my time. So, but one of the two things, or maybe both combined, will bring me to the US eventually.
We're going to make it happen.
We're going to make it happen. And everyone, make sure that you subscribe to Mr. Ron Coleman.
That would be nice.
Now, how much do you know about the Sarah Boone trial? Give us a little bit of background.
You know, I actually know a little bit about the Sarah Boone trial, and that's unusual because most of the stuff that people stream, I don't know about because it tends to be really remote from my area. I'm a lawyer. People should know. Well, it says on my somewhere, right? Lawyer Ron Coleman.
Yep.
I'm a commercial litigator. I specialize in what we call torts of competition, trademark unfair competition, copyright infringement, a lot of free speech stuff. Okay, fine. I don't do criminal law. I do, however, like to pop in on really popular streams for purposes of self-aggrandizement. And
so you don't know why you're here right now.
well, but
It'll be more popular now you're here.
No, but because I made friends with so many streamers, I do tend to, the stuff comes up in my rotation, and I've heard about this unbelievable case. I don't remember whose true crime video it was. Maybe it was Mr. Who was it? Dr. Grand, whatever.
Grande.
Yeah,
Grande. Yeah.
It might have been his channel, but I've got a pretty idea of what's going on here, and it's just extraordinary to me that someone can be found fit for trial, and yet so deluded.
That's interesting you say that. And yes, I did look you up, and apparently you're a bodybuilder.
Yeah, that's why I'm always particular to say, if you look for me on YouTube, make sure the word lawyer comes first, or you will get a very interesting...
I was easily confused, Ron. Like,
well, when I was
sure.
younger, I did have a much different look. No question about it.
Oh, it's not. You're disappointed, Justin? Fair enough. Okay, yeah, look, the thing about Sarah Boone is the facts against her are terrible. She
You mean the
talks
fact
to the
that she killed
cops.
someone?
Well,
Oh, that too. That doesn't help.
the fact she talked to the cops and she videoed this moment of her boyfriend in the suitcase asking her to please let him
Oh,
out.
in fact, now you remind me that it was Grande because he also showed the interrogation.
Yes.
And I'll never forget, this will always stick with me. She says, yeah, well, this is pretty terrible. I guess I'll always have to really live with this. I guess, that's really good. That's pretty much the punishment, right? Is that I'll always have to live with this.
Yes, she said
I feel
that.
bad.
It was like, you're a freaking psychopath. You thought you were going to walk. Oh, jeez. So yeah,
That is actually one of the things people have commented on when watching the interrogation all along, is that you really thought you were going home. Like, you really thought all along through this whole thing that you were going home, because you thought it was unintentional, that
You escaped
it's an
liability.
accident. So therefore you're going home.
not only you thought it was unintentional, you thought we would think it was unintentional.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just there are just so many facts that are so bad for her, and now she's and of course she can't get along with any lawyer because she's crazy.
Oh, Ron.
And I feel
You haven't been following me much, have you?
I know I haven't. I never heard of you until you
No.
thrust yourself into the chat
No.
during the Lego stream.
Okay. Well,
But you
here's
just
the
seem-
thing.
But you just seem so earnest.
I am earnest.
You
here's
definitely.
the
That
thing,
came
Ron.
across immediately, and I also I liked your avatar.
Oh,
It was different.
thanks.
It
Well,
was,
I'm a graphic designer. Actually, I'm interested in your take on trademark law. So I'll talk about that. We'll talk about that at some other point in time, because I'm a graphic designer. brand designer and creative director for many years. So interested in those things. But that said, I have been of the point of view since the time that the judge made the ruling that she must go pro se. And I did not like that ruling. I'm not an American. I'm not a constitutional scholar like Chalita Castro or anything like that. But I did not like that ruling. I felt that she did not get enough of a warning, that she would be hamstrung in such a way that when she was incarcerated, she would be left with a very short period of time and no resources. I didn't think that it was fair for her to be left with this we're talking 8 weeks of time and no way for her to prepare her own case. So she was being left without her right to prepare for trial. And we only saw one side of this. We only saw the side that we were being told about as far as her being impossible to deal with, her asking for things that were beyond the scope of what is within the limits of the defendant and attorney relationship. We only heard one side. We didn't really see what actually happened with those attorneys. And also, people say that there were 8 attorneys. There weren't. There were 3 that recused themselves because they had conflicts of interest immediately. So there was a lot of stuff that sort of happened that wasn't necessarily true. We heard a very dramatic
version. A lot of stuff that we heard.
Yeah.
That wasn't necessarily true.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And we don't really know what happened.
Exactly. That's my point.
Wait a minute. So when you say there were 8, in other words, the phrase 8 attorneys kept getting thrown around.
Yeah.
But you're saying that 3 of them recused because of a conflict of interest.
Absolutely.
Meaning that she went through 5.
Yeah, and one of them wasn't a public defender.
Okay, but she went through 5.
Yeah.
That's not an insignificant number.
No, it's not an insignificant number.
No. That's okay. So, I mean, no, it wasn't 8, it was 5. Isn't the hill you want to die on?
No, I know. I know.
She it's not her fault. But listen. Well, it is what it is. We'll see. We'll talk. We'll learn.
We'll talk. Let's get into it. But thank you so much for that introductory chat. And also, I just wanted to get it out there that I don't believe everything I hear from one side. And I feel like also now we need to throw everything away and listen to both sides put forth their case. So the facts are bad. The defense that's come along, good for them. Now she has actually got representation. If she did not have representation, she would be out there thrown to the sharks on her own with nobody to help her. She would absolutely get the highest charge.
She now does have representation?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I am glad you clarified that for me.
Yes. So 8 weeks ago she was pro se.
Yeah.
And now the attorney James Owens from Milton, actually weirdly enough, Milton it goes with the hurricane that came along last week. He parachuted in from up north, he has to come a long way to represent
6
it, and
hours.
he brought 6 hours. Yeah, so he came in at the literally the last minute. So he's had 3 or 4 weeks to prepare, and I just can't stop praising the fact that he and his colleagues have come and helped her really pro bono. She's got no money, right? Pro bono. And they are there representing her. They've shut down their practice and helped her because she needed help. so much of the public opinion around him and his cohorts is that they're slimy defense attorneys and they're just in there to make some sort of name for themselves. And if they do well, they will make a name for themselves. But I feel
they can't win. Okay,
they can't win.
They can't win.
Yeah.
But there is definitely a lot that any lawyer with courtroom experience, including me, who has no criminal law experience, but who's got a lot of on my feet courtroom experience. The difference between a lawyer and a litigator, and no lawyer is the difference between jumping out of a plane without a parachute and jumping out of a plane with a parachute. And some people are better skydivers than others, and some people have no idea how to open the parachute and all the things. But a capital case where there's no lawyer and where you have such an awful confession and facts.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and hello to everyone who's been watching the YSL trial tonight. We are going to get into it. This is our lovely guest. We have Mr. Ron Coleman. Ron, want to say hi and just introduce yourself again? We've had about 300 people join.
Hi,
yeah,
I'm Ron Coleman. I'm Ron Coleman. I'm a YouTube guy a little bit. I have a little bit of a channel. I appear on a lot of other people's channels because they asked me to. And I like playing hooky, as we call it in America. I am a lawyer. I'm a litigator. I do a lot of work in the area of free speech and a lot of political work, trademarks, defamation, and I have a very big, I guess it's a very big account on X.
That's what she said.
Oh, they don't call it a big account on X. They call it Little Elvis. But yeah, very. But it's really just like with an account on X. Size matters, but it's really what you do with it.
Yeah.
That's what Elon said too. All right, let's get into the trial for today. Hello, welcome everybody. Good to have you in. And remember, we're doing our challenge. So we're 10 memberships into our next 25 gifted memberships or memberships, which will put another thing into Sarah's apartment. So we are right now. We're inside the apartment and we're inside the suitcase. The latest thing that we put down into the apartment was the hand, which is the overt act. Apparently the hand coming out of the suitcase. And I think the next thing that we're going to try and put into the apartment is some vampires somewhere, because the prosecutor did mention vampires. Was it the prosecutor?
Yeah,
it was
the
the
opening.
prosecutor that mentioned the vampires. Yeah. So every time we get to 25 memberships, we put a new thing into the apartment. If you stick around to the end of the day, we do trivia. Right. So courtroom trivia. Good fun. Alrighty. But 15 more. The last 10 were from J-Rock, even though J-Rock thinks that I'm crazy. Because, I think there should be reasonable doubt. Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe. All right. Let's keep going.
So,
let's get into the trial for the day. Let's go. Thank you everyone for being here. And thank you for the raid cat. Lovely to have the YSL people here. They get to watch two things in one day. Alrighty, let's go. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Oh yeah, that. And we're playing. There she is. Isn't she looking pretty today?
None of that. She's certainly looking better than she did on the day of her interrogation.
I think so.
State, anything we need to address before we bring in our panel this morning?
Not from the state.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Boone, just a couple of questions before we bring in our panel this morning. Are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Very much so.
And are you still on board with the strategy that they
very
are
much so.
utilizing in your defense?
Can we
All
hear
right, very
okay,
good.
chat?
Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
Oh, hang on. It's going to get a bit louder before we change it.
standing for the jury.
Nice. Also, have you seen, Ron, there are some students behind the judge. So it's Bring Students to Work Day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Apparently does moot court and teaches at a local university, so bring some of his kids in.
Now, pretty paralegal or lawyer assistant there on the left. Her name's Shelby.
Yes. She is 2022 Bikini Coast International champion.
Of what?
The world, apparently.
Bikini what?
Bikini Coast International.
But what are they competing at?
Just, I don't
Being
know.
in a bikini.
How you look in a bikini, in other words?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have been there
That's
some
it.
kind of verb in there? Bikini is coast the verb. What's happened to coasting?
State, you recognize our jury?
Oh, because it's in
Yes, you recognize our jury. Yes. All right,
based
everyone
in
can see
Florida, I guess.
Right, so it's that's a place. It's not a verb. Okay, we'll have to
Members
work.
of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to
I don't
12 Alpha
expect
the
them to
Orange
have
County
intellect.
Courthouse.
Send me
I
the
hope you all had a
pictures and
restful
I'll work it
weekend
out.
And enjoy your time with
Yeah,
your loved ones,
yeah.
your friends, and your family.
We might bring the
Just if you
pictures
could,
up
I gave
later.
you a long instruction on Friday before we broke. If you could please confirm that you complied with the court's instructions by
Oh,
raising
you
your
have
hand at this time.
fans.
Record reflect that all members of our panel have raised their hands. Now, members of the jury, I know the line to get in this morning was quite long. So the lawyers have reminded me that on the right side of the entrance of the courthouse is a jury-only line. So if you can make your way all the way to the far right side of the entrance, there's a jury-only line. Yes, sir, juror number 2 in the back. Huh? It was still quite long? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to bring that to your attention if you did not know. Obviously, if you're stuck, we're waiting on you. So don't feel anxiety or anything if you're stuck in that line. We can't start till you all get here, and I appreciate, again, your sacrifice and your attentiveness in this process. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Sarah Zadovich.
Sarah.
Not intentional.
So this is the ME
She's the medical examiner?
or forensic
Good morning, Doctor.
pathologist.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sarah Zadovich, Saradowicz.
Is she Siri?
You may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you tell us what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And who do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been at this office for about 12 years and then 1 year in Tampa, so about 13 years.
She sounds like an
What
SNL
type of
character.
educational background do you have to be a forensic pathologist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I went to
low
medical school in
talker.
Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I went to Cleveland, Ohio.
better
to
than
do
a
one-year
close
rotating,
talker.
Clinical internship. After that, I went back to the University of Wisconsin. I did my residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships or subspecialty training. One is in
got 'em
cytopathology
all.
from Northwestern
She's a
University
fat
in
talker.
Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
She's a bit of a fast talker and a low talker.
Continuing education.
I don't think court reporters like that.
Something that you must maintain.
No.
in order to hold your position.
Yes, I have to do continuing education for my board certifications, which is in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I also have to do
better
separate
not ask anyone to
continuing
wear a
medical
puffy
education
shirt.
to maintain my medical license for the state of Florida.
Pirate shirt.
So tell us
It's a pirate. It was a puffy shirt.
It wasn't.
But I don't
So
want to
we're
be a
involved in
pirate.
what's called the medical legal investigation of deaths, and that just means that we investigate certain types of deaths. And
She's
there's a
pathological.
Florida statute or a Florida law that states which types of deaths that we'll be involved in investigating. And in general, they're deaths that are not natural, so accidents, suicides, homicides, or deaths that are natural but maybe unexpected. Those are the types of cases that we're involved in. And again, that Florida statute lays out exactly which types of cases that we'll be involved in. And the reason we're involved in that is our goal is to determine cause of death and manner of death in those individuals that we're investigating.
Could you tell us what an autopsy is, generally speaking?
So an autopsy is also called a postmortem or after-death examination. And there are kind of two main parts to it. The first part is what's called an external examination, which is just as it sounds. So that's making observations about an individual. So hair color, eye color, height, any sort of unique markings like scars or tattoos. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After that, we go to what's called the internal examination. So that means that we open the body cavities, we remove all of the organs and dissect all of the organs. And again, as we're doing that, we're looking for any signs of diseases
disgusting.
or injuries that might help explain why that person died. And we can also add ancillary tests or other tests. So
told you she's a
things like
pathologist.
toxicology,
Pathological.
microbiology. It's a little bit dependent on each case,
pathological
but we
pathologist.
have options for other testing as well.
Can you tell us what is the cause and manner of death, and is this something that you document?
So cause of death is either a disease or an injury that ultimately results in an individual's death. Right? So it's very individual and unique to that individual. Manner of death is a way to categorize or group similar types of deaths together. And for manner of death, there's only 5 choices. So there would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. So those are the manners of death.
In your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Around 3,000.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
Between 75 to 80.
Once.
And in what areas have you testified as an expert witness?
Forensic pathology.
And zippers.
Turning our attention to this case, did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death was I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy, what information did you have at the time that you began that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided at the time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase, which was then zippered shut.
As one does.
At another point at
Yes,
time, I believe she went to bed.
We all do this.
And then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
You mentioned
She's a bit of a twitcher.
asphyxia. Can you explain
She's a twitcher.
what asphyxia is?
Oh,
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying, I drive a car, right? That's very generic. And
I drive a
there
car,
are
I
many
have
different types of
asphyxia.
cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual.
A suitcase
There's a category
type of
called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways. There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of
Mechanical
breathing can't
asphyxia.
occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be, like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like a hanging. That would be the most common that we would see.
You also mentioned environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means that there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them.
In this case,
Notice that there are no objections because
what can you
the
tell us
defense
about
wants this going in as fast as
Torres
possible.
was in that suit?
It's
Yeah.
not. It's actually
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time
Well,
frame.
I mean, don't we
as
all
to how
want it
long
going
he was
in as
that
fast as
suitcase.
possible, really?
Again, because there was both
Well,
the
but
component of positional
generally
asphyxia,
speaking,
being in an unusual
The other
position
side
for
witness
a period of
testimony
time.
we don't want going in
And
at all.
No, that's true.
But she can't stop. She can't stop.
You can't do anything about that, so you're just going to have to get it going in as fast as possible. In, out, gone. And yes, Lola, we are speeding this up a little bit, 1.25. She's a little bit of a quick talker, but not too bad, not too bad. Because remember, we're doing speedy trials around here, because that's our right. We have the right to a speedy trial.
Also, the environmental suffocation component, because within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you're sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
How about, is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that George Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur. And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position
It is unusual,
were you
I'll grant you
able
that.
to determine he was in that suitcase?
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. Again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
And tell us, what is rigor mortis?
So rigor mortis is also called the post-mortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death.
Are we going to start
Most
having
of the times that will
jokes
occur
now?
before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual, and it also depends on the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. Somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long George Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus
Do women
the time
know
that he
about
was,
slippage?
So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. Well, when I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving.
I'll just pause it for a second. Thank you, Dali, for the 2 excited utterance memberships. I gave 5 memberships. J-Rock gave 10 yesterday. That means we're now up to 17. So we have 8 left before we get some vampires in the room. Just saying. Unless someone could think of something better to put into the room. But I think vampires are necessary. Thank you so much for your support, my lovely co-hosts. Oops. Hang on. Press play. Press play. Where did I go? Boomerang.
Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been struggling to get himself out, engaging that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period or somewhere around there.
Additionally, did you note any injuries to the body of George Torres?
Yes.
These injuries that you noted to the body of George Torres, did you document them on what's called a body chart?
Yes, the diagram on a body chart, and we also take pictures as I'm going through my examination.
Yeah, survivor speaks. Not only did she call her ex-husband, he came over and she offered him a cigarette and a drink. And apparently he said, "Check, please."
After he saw the body.
Previously marked for identification and shown the defense as states are.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states are. You recognize this document?
Yes,
And can you tell us, what is this document?
that's a copy of my body diagram.
So,
Oh, it's a copy of my body diagram.
and does
Body-
this fairly and accurately represent the diagram that you created in this case for George Torres?
Yes.
Is everyone supposed to have a body diagram?
Marked for identification as states are.
Because I'm not giving anyone my body
What was
diagram.
pre-marked as states are will be received. in
No,
accordance with
I
our
would rather
objection, states
not
are.
have a diagram of my body, but you know, some men would love it.
Yes, sir.
No, I think you could actually probably do rather well with that compared to a 60-year-old old man in New Jersey. Certainly.
Do you know about how big this man is, Ron?
He is less than Suitcase size.
He's a manlet.
Yes.
He's only
has-
103 pounds.
He has to have been. I mean, you know,
He's teensy.
So, ma'am, on this body chart.
103 pounds?
Yep.
Point out, what was
And how
the
tall was he?
first blunt
5'2".
impact injury that you had?
5'2", yeah.
Thank you for
So there was
using
some
imperial
injuries to his head.
measurements, by the
I
way.
don't
Ella.
think it's on this one, but there was some
Well,
one-head
they've been
injuries.
saying it all along, so I actually don't even know how big that is in our measurements.
You just know it's manlet sized.
It's manlet size. Oh, he's a super
5'3" is
duper
girl
manlet.
size, okay? Mrs. Coleman is like around that tall, and I can fit her basically in my palm.
Yeah, look, I'm about that weight. So like I'm little. I'm a weenie. But I'm actually not that short. Like I'm 5'5", 5'6", but I'm really quite skinny. But I cannot believe an actual like human male is that tiny. However, that said, in some of the previous police reports, he was a bit bigger than that. So he was like 120 pounds, like a year earlier. So he lost some weight. Don't know why. Maybe.
He was training for this hide and go seek.
Maybe.
Marathon.
Maybe the whole like getting in the luggage thing was like, look how small I've gotten. Check me out.
Yeah. Look at my girlish
Maybe.
figure.
It's like my girlish figure.
Or sorry, my manlet figure.
My manlet figure.
Thanks,
His head
Brad.
right up here around the eye and on the mouth area.
47 kilos. Yeah, that'd be about right, yeah.
Did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
What other blunt
Okay.
impact injuries did you identify?
So there was a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, which is right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the injuries that you documented, correct?
Yes.
Can we do anything with the volume on the stream?
And I believe it's on the body chart itself. Do you document the height and weight?
I mean on the
Yes.
underline.
And
Yeah.
what was the height of Mr. Torres? in
So,
this case?
yeah, so technically for us, it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches, and his weight was 103 pounds.
Better?
In regards to these blunt impact injuries, how is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin and to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
Are they
Could be.
consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs?
They could be, yes.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries consistent with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter, and there was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
Yikes.
He had his morning coffee.
Of alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08. So that is higher than that.
When did he drink
What
coffee?
does that alcohol level at the time of your autopsy tell you about George Torres's level of impairment 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily know that it was 11 hours earlier, but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So at that level, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol, and some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance. But at that level, there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words, something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person. But those are the common things that you would see at that level.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also photographically, correct?
Yes.
I mean, these things can happen, old line red. Like, it sounds like there was just stuff in the suitcase. Doesn't mean he was taking it. I'd like to know who it was prescribed to and when. I'd like to know the date on that. And Old Line Red, it's great to have you here. Old Line Red's also a lawyer. She's in chat all the time. Just love having her around. She is like the person who always says what I want to say, but better.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as State's Q and been shown to defense?
You may.
One day she'll come on stream with
Ma'am, I'm
us.
showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Q. Could you take a look at this composite of photographs to yourself and then look up once you're finished?
Well, that's a good point. Beautiful waterfall. Apparently they were going to donate it. Was they going to donate it with a syringe and diazepam?
Ma'am, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Are these photographs a portion of the photographs that you took in your autopsy of George Torres in this case?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how he appeared and how his injuries appeared to you at the time you performed your autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as State's Q into evidence.
No objection. What was pre-marked as State's Q will be received into evidence without objection as State's 13.
I'm a good fake lawyer.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may
We're a
do so.
fake country. In a fake time zone.
Ma'am, I'm showing you photo 1 from State's composite.
Hello, Susan.
Tell us, what is this a photo of?
So this is the identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is George Torres.
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
So there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymoses here. Or again, ecchymoses are kind of like big bruises.
I've never heard that word.
Turning to photo 2
What word?
from State's composite.
Ecchymosis.
Same.
Yeah, that's new.
What are we looking at in this
How
photo?
many times have I heard
So
that?
this is his right arm
Never
near the elbow.
heard that.
And right here you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually, it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for a little bit longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
Ooh, Corey. What's that tattoo?
Turning to States 3 from the composite.
So here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area is edema. It's a little bit discolored, so ecchymosis. And then again, really at the corner of the eye here, you can see that darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
States 4 from the composite.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymosis, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
She should just say bruise. You're absolutely right on the line. Why is she using like medical terminology to a jury when it's just a bruise? She's confusing them for no
States 5
reason.
from the composite.
This is the same area, just a little bit closer up, so you can see this whole area of ecchymosis. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
Yeah, it's a bruise.
States 6 from the composite.
That's the same area, but in this picture we have a scale or the ruler.
And why do we use scales and rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is.
What's that? His butt? That looked like
States
soap,
7
like
from the
cellulite.
composite.
So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand.
He heard the song.
Those are all
Yeah.
areas of ecchymosis, again, blunt force trauma.
It was the intro song. He was here for the intro song.
States 8 from the composite.
Although you could put the link in chat.
Again, the left
Yeah.
arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit of the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas. Ecchymosis.
Stop it.
States 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
No, it's not. It's not. The song? No, it's not.
States 10 from the composite.
And again, the left hand just closer up.
States 11 from the composite.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Are those scratch marks for?
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
What is the discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then and some other spots on his back as well?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity, and that's one of the changes that we see again after death. And basically what that is it's postmortem, after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
Stage 12 from the composite.
So those are those linear abrasions just shown a little bit closer up.
Stage 13 from the composite.
And the same, but with a scale.
Stage 14 from the composite.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymoses, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your internal exam, did you examine this area and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
Stage 15 from the composite.
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
Stage 16 from the composite.
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in earlier pictures.
And stage 17 from the composite.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
So we've discussed and seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area, so it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other, or they can be so close to each other. But at least 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
And when you were going through your body chart as well, and I guess we also saw some of it photographically, you also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal?
Subgaleal. So kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture, and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skin.
Correct.
Hi, guys. Hi,
Your
Ron.
Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Hello.
Any cross-examination?
Aaron, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Mr. Potentially Criminal is here.
How far did we get so far?
Down the stairs.
Not very. Not
Is this
that far. We're
Emmy
talking.
or somebody, or is this one of the
Yeah.
detectives?
Yeah, Emmy.
Oh,
First witness still.
he couldn't
What you
breathe.
been up to?
Running around like a chicken with my head cut off today, so it's nice to be done.
Yes. I assume you know Mr. Ron?
Yep. Hey, Ron.
Oh yes, we do.
Yes. It's good to see you again.
In fact, you're right. We just did a stream together on wasn't it
Yes.
2 Fridays ago?
Yes, we did. And
What
Dali,
about-
how are you?
I'm doing good.
Yes. I only just met Mr. Ron like an hour ago, and we are the best of mates.
Yeah, we're easy. We're easzy like that.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed. I tend to pick up these lawyer friends along the way.
Well, you're charming and gracious. Why not?
Why, thank you. Why, thank you. Yes, so, Sean, they're talking about this stuff with him having all of these, Manlet having all of these bruises or she calls them what, effusions or something. I can't even remember. This lady, what were they again?
Eki something.
Eki somethings.
Eki homo.
This
Sorry,
medical
I don't
examiner
wanna-
is talking
I
in
don't wanna-
Latin and stuff, and she
I don't wanna
really.
get Steph
It'd be
angry.
cool if she could speak English.
Well, it sounds like she's speaking English.
Well, yeah.
I think she's showing a lot of the abrasions and bruising on George. I didn't see it yet, but I'm assuming that's what she's getting at.
Yeah, there's
Yeah. I mean, personally, I'm of the opinion that this whole thing with the falling of the suitcase down the stairs is a little bit of a distraction, and the state hammering on about it may confuse the jury a bit. I get why they're trying to do it, but if they just were really focused and went completely with the whole, she sat there and filmed him begging for his life. Like, it doesn't really matter what happened beforehand so much. Like, because I can't prove that.
I mean, it does, though. I mean, because it gives the reasons. Remember, you don't have to prove motive, but the jury's going to want to know why. And they're going to want to see what happened. So they're going to show her acting like a complete scumbag of a human being.
Can I suggest also, Hella, that this might be necessary for purposes. First of all, that's going to come, right? And it's so, at least in terms of recency, if not primacy, the jury's going to definitely remember that. But this might be important evidence with respect to causation.
Sure.
And since it's a question in this case of her willfulness, the state will want to demonstrate that the things that happened to him in there were things that no reasonable person could think would not cause a person to die.
Yeah. This was an accident. I didn't mean to do it. Okay, well, you did a whole lot of accidentally.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, and hell, I understand you have your feeling about Sarah, but I mean, this stuff is going to condemn her. The way he's all banged up. The one thing I think is really damning for her, though, because the suitcase got moved around, and it's clear that George didn't flip it himself.
Yes.
So they're just showing like she's dragging the suitcase around, so it wasn't like, that shows like she knows he's in there. They're screwing around. It looks like on the treads of the stairs of that one picture from yesterday, there's some blood on the edge of the stair treads. It's like, she, any argument she's going to make is, she's going to have to explain all that away. And eventually she's not going to be able to, I think.
And there, it just occurred to me, probably the intent part really comes in, on the intent to kill.
Yes.
Really comes in when she goes back to sleep.
That's the big thing. Yeah.
But then I said to myself, but wait a minute, you're putting yourself forward as an abused partner. You're physically beating the crap out of this guy. A million ways to Sunday. And it's whether or not you started out thinking, I'm going to kill him, you must have realized at a certain point, shit, if he gets out of this, he is going to wail on me. He is going to absolutely destroy me. I got to take this all the way. And then which then raises the question, what did you really ever think? Did you really ever think he was, he was going to be cool with this? Yeah. What was the point at which he was going to think it was just a good joke?
Yeah.
The guy who already smacks you around.
And also, just Sean, I want to be clear. I was really on her side with the whole being put into a situation where she had to go pro se. That was when I took her side.
I understand.
As this is concerned, the trial has begun, and I want to be convinced by the state now. So if the state convinces me that she is guilty of murder too, she's guilty of murder too. So.
I don't think you would be so immovable that you wouldn't change your mind.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying I think that they're getting to the point where this is all the stuff they've, they're laying down a gauntlet that she's not going to be able to run.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they're anticipating
Absolutely.
she's going to say, "Oh, I didn't do this, I didn't do that." Okay, well,
Tomorrow.
fine. Here, have fun explaining it away, and they're just going to sit there and listen to her flail.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She testifies
absolutely.
tomorrow, so.
Testifies tomorrow, apparently.
Yep.
10 a.m.
Oh, did the state rest today?
Tomorrow morning.
They're going to tomorrow morning.
Okay, wow, we're going to be done in a week, chat.
I know, right?
Well, I think
Chat.
the defense is going to call back a lot of the state witnesses.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to. I don't know how they're going to drag it out for too long.
Okay.
That's really impressive if they're done.
It's
Ooh.
Brad, not murder 2, manless slaughter. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Thank you so much for being here, Sean.
Sure,
It's great to have you.
yeah.
Yay! It's a party. Wait,
Yes. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Owens, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sarah Boone here today. And I've got a few questions. Can we first talk about the toxicology?
Yes.
okay, are you being quiet, Mr.
Alcohol.
Owens, or what?
You said you've done approximately 3,000 autopsies. And of those autopsies, how many years would that have been over that period of time?
12 years.
Okay. So when you first got down here from Tampa, I think you were up in the Northeast, came down here to Tampa, that's when you started?
Yes.
And you agree you've interpreted toxicology results in all or most of those cases?
Most, yes.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case? And you said he was a .38?
No, 0.1
.138. And you also ordered the vitreous level?
Yes.
Of alcohol as well? And the result was a .213?
Yes.
And you would agree that's about 3 times the legal limit?
Close, yes.
Now, you would agree that at those levels, there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body?
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that that level of alcohol in the body would impair somebody's judgment
For most people, yes.
and their decision-making abilities.
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions,
Yes.
and they would be more apt to take risk that they otherwise would not.
Yes.
And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss of balance.
Yes.
It would also impair coordination,
Yes.
hand-eye coordination, as well as fine motor skills.
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does.
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body.
Yes.
Now, you're aware in this case that George Torres, the decedent, stepped into the suitcase under his own power in a game of hide and seek.
That's how it was reported to me, yes.
Do you have any evidence to dispute that?
No.
Can you tell us when Mr. Torres drank the last drink he had prior to getting in the suitcase?
That I can't tell you because, if somebody had been drinking either periodically throughout a time period or continually throughout a time period, that's difficult to say.
So he could have stopped drinking an hour before he got into the suitcase, or 5 minutes before he got into the suitcase, or 4 hours before he got into the suitcase.
Yes.
We just don't know at this
Correct.
point. Do you have any idea at the time of the autopsy whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So
Metabolism.
he was in the metabolic phase, yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as. But
Yes.
Can you explain that,
All
please?
right, now I want to talk about time of death determination. It's fair to say that you did not go to the scene that day that Mr. Torres was found.
No, a medical legal death investigator from our office went to the scene.
So there was an investigator with your agency named Ashley Hammermeister
Yes.
that went to the scene.
I'm a meister.
And she would have prepared a report.
Yes.
And you would have
Some
reviewed that
name.
report.
Yes.
I think she's Irish.
Do you agree that Fire and Rescue assessed Mr. Torres at 1:07 p.m. on that date, February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
Does that sound about right based on your case file?
Yes.
And so this investigator that we mentioned, she did not arrive on scene till 6:27 p.m., so nearly 6 hours after the body was discovered, she arrived.
Yes.
And the body was laying supine, stretched out
Yes.
in front of the suitcase.
Yes.
I find
Now,
this
you
part
examined and assessed the body of
interesting,
Mr.
that
Torres at
he
the
was
time of the
flat.
autopsy.
Yes.
And you said that the body was ambient temperature.
Yes.
Is that the normal air temperature we're in today?
Whichever environment you're in, yes.
So the body was not stored in a cooler for 24 hours.
No, the body was stored in the cooler, but in the mornings, when we get there, the bodies are brought out of the cooler.
Okay. How long had the body been out of the cooler before it was examined by you? Do you know?
Bodies.
Most likely an hour to an hour and a half.
Now, you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree the body is stored at the morgue on its back?
Correct.
Now, were you aware of the last time that Miss Boone, my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or observed him in the video, in the suitcase by video from the phone?
I think in the report it was around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around
Have
there.
you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was the 2-minute video or the 22nd video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
Okay. So would it be fair, if I said the time last seen was around 11:30, would you dispute that, or?
No.
Okay. So really, from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then you understood that the body was found around 12 hours later the next day or so, would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those two periods of time?
Yes.
We don't know exactly when that is.
Yeah.
So it would be a guess
Yeah,
if you tried
no, it was
to
last
speculate about
week.
that.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
So about 5 times or less?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component. What was your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional asphyxia? What was your ruling in terms of your diagnosis?
I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
Yeah, you can't talk about all those other cases that were forever ago that had nothing to do with it. Sorry. Oh well. Wonder if she's got some.
It's worth him going into it, though.
Trying.
He's trying a lot of stuff. I mean, he tried to get those big photos of Sarah with the big bruises. That didn't work out.
The objection is sustained.
Doctor, you're familiar with Dr. DeMaio, Vincent DeMaio's textbook of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's authoritative?
I'm sorry?
Would you agree that's authoritative or well-accepted book?
Yes.
Environmental suffocation is a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
Yes.
Now,
I would agree also.
how many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
Because this normally doesn't happen.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's
quite
kind of an
unusual.
example, like you get stuck in a hole, and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole, or it tightens.
It can be anything that impairs the actual physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of
Or another example may be falling out of a tree stand and getting suspended upside down,
yes,
or the majority of the blood gets in the top half of the body.
yes.
Would you agree in those type of situations that the deaths occur fairly quickly, usually within an hour?
They can. It depends again on the situation.
Now, you said Mr. Torres was 5'2" and 103 pounds?
Yes.
Do you know how big the suitcase was that Mr. Torres was in?
I don't have the exact measurements with me.
So if I told you the measurements, you wouldn't know one way or the other what they were?
No, I think they were described to me, and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Okay. Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres?
No.
Did you do any demonstrative study on the suitcase to determine what kind of spacing he would have inside that enclosure?
No.
And you don't know the position that Mr. Torres or his orientation at the time that he was in the suitcase was?
Again, I favor a fetal position, but again, I didn't observe him in the suitcase.
But you don't know exactly what the positional component was that caused, or what led you to believe caused his death?
Correct. I mean, based on his stature and what the suitcase was, he would have had to have flexed at the hips and knees to be able to fit into the suitcase.
So based on what you've said, you would agree you didn't know how much Mr. Torres would have been able to move and stretch his various extremities inside the suitcase, did you?
No.
So you would agree that his repositioning inside the suitcase would have been easier if he didn't have so much alcohol in his bloodstream?
don't know that I would agree with that.
What?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Well, you said his fine motor skills would be impaired by the alcohol.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his ability to just move.
To reposition himself inside this, that would be limited to some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
It could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase would
Sure.
be affected by the alcohol that he had consumed.
Sure, that could be.
Okay.
Okay.
He's trying to make the
The
argument that
environmental
voluntary
suffocation deals with the lack of
intoxication
oxygen.
Yes.
Correct.
is what killed him. He was too
And-
drunk to get out.
He's
So
trying to
this
make.
cross-
Okay,
is
so
this
he's trying to make the
cross
argument that
Yeah, this is Cross. Yes.
Okay. I was
This-
having too much
yeah.
fun of a chat. Sorry.
Yeah, so he's trying to say, like, well, if he was drunk, that would have made it really hard for him to get out. And that's his. Remember, guys, voluntary intoxication is not a defense. Well, if he got all
Yeah.
liquored up and couldn't help himself, whoopsie poopsie. I mean, it's not going to work, but this is all he's got. This is all
But
he's got.
how does that make the defense any more of a defense?
I don't think it does, but I think they're just
No.
trying to. I think they're just trying to show. I really don't know where they're going with this because they're going to have to. Maybe they've. I don't know how this is going to work when you try to weave it into battered spouse and self defense.
and him
I
having the
don't-
hand that can come out.
Yeah, and
as well.
I don't know, but a lot of with Sarah Boone, I have a feeling a lot of this is she's driving the cart more than anything, and I think some of this might be to keep her happy. Otherwise, I don't know why they'd be going down this road. I agree, Ron.
No, but I mean, I think I would be asking these questions too. I mean, anything I could get in that direction that would mitigate the
100%.
causality, I would definitely
Yeah.
be going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all he can do is start poking holes, and
He has
You know,
to do
he's-
everything he can.
he's
do.
running
This
around.
is the
He's
thing.
running around the Titanic with a power drill trying to poke holes.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, that's really what it comes
Exactly.
down to. And does he drill enough holes that they can take on enough water?
He's got some putty, and he's just like trying to.
Putty,
fill
we're
it
getting
all up.
back into Seinfeld references. All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, putty, David Putty.
That insufficient oxygen that we breathe in the
Oh,
air.
thank you, Snackless
So
Sarah.
you essentially run out of the
Thank you
oxygen
for
in
being
space.
another Furman.
Yes.
So I guess years ago, how this sometimes would occur was a child would somehow get into an old refrigerator and it would be enclosed. So it
Daredevils.
was airtight. And eventually you would run out of oxygen.
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
And I think you said the normal makeup of air has about 20% oxygen.
Yes.
So we had either a decrease in the oxygen levels or a low concentration of oxygen.
Yes. Yes. And also, keep in mind that while he's in there, every time he's exhaling, he's pushing out carbon dioxide. Okay, so again, whatever oxygen is there is most likely diminished because it is an enclosed space. It doesn't have to be no oxygen, but it's decreased from what we would have in a normal room.
Where's it going?
But every time that he's exhaling, there's more carbon dioxide.
Oh,
That's
he's converting the oxygen into carbon dioxide. It's not because he's exhaling it per se. It's because he's breathing.
Yeah.
So the oxygen level is decreasing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he can't draw more. Yeah.
That
Or at
makes
least
more
not-
sense than what she just said.
Well,
Yeah.
but
At least
I
not
think that
fast
she's-
enough.
Yeah, but there's also an issue. Maybe he's not getting all the carbon dioxide out of his lungs because he can't fully exhale.
That too. Yeah, because he's crashed in on himself. Exactly.
in that space as well. So that displaces any oxygen that might be there too.
So what volume of air do we inhale and exhale in a normal breath at rest?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can take a deep breath, you can take a shallow breath. It depends. And then there's also the rate at which people breathe. So that's variable.
So if it was average, would you say 500 milliliters on
It
average?
depends on the person.
Well, would you agree
How about a
that
manlet?
at rest, you take a normal number of breaths per minute of 12 to 14?
That would be considered the normal range, yes.
So 6 to 7 liters per minute
Yes.
at rest? Do you know the volume of room air contained in that suitcase?
No,
What else is it, Brad?
Do you know how porous the fabric of that suitcase was?
no,
Did you run any tests on the suitcase?
no,
Were you aware that the suitcase, the lock on it or the zipper on it was broken? The pull handles were broken?
yes, I did know that.
Do you agree if there is a portion of the zipper that's open, that air can travel in and out of that space?
Yes,
Oh,
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
no,
Do you know if, the suitcase was out in the rain and it rained, do you know whether or not rain or the liquid would pierce the interior?
I don't know.
Okay.
So from what I gather, no studies were done on the suitcase.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we don't know that zipper being busted, what exchange of air could go in and out.
Correct.
I think you said there are physiological effects once the value or percentage of oxygen is decreased from the norm. You
Yes.
said 8 to 10% you become unconscious,
Yes.
and then a value of less than 8% death occurs.
For most people, yes.
Excuse me?
For most people,
And the normal oxygen saturation in adults and children is 95 to 100%.
yes.
So if it decreases, the oxygen decreases less than 10%, someone would lose consciousness and die within less than 30 minutes.
So that's hard to give a time frame on that. Studies that have been done shown if the oxygen content is anywhere from 4 to 6, unconsciousness can occur in less than a minute, death within minutes. But those have been empirical studies.
So, and I know that's kind of, maybe you tell me, is that's kind of why you gave the two different diagnoses, the environmental and the positional, is because the environmental may have had an effect or the positional may have had an effect. You're not sure, so you listed them both?
It's not that I'm not sure. I think that both mechanisms were at play at the same time, and that's not unusual in deaths, is there can be multiple factors occurring at the same time.
But you don't know the percentages, 50% for one or 70% for one, 30 for the other. You don't know.
No.
But you would agree in concert, if these two causes, the positional as well as the environmental, if they were acting in concert, that would render a relatively short amount of survival time.
I can't say.
You just don't know.
No.
Now, we talked about these blunt force injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It would be fair to the jury to say that there were no broken bones.
There were no broken bones.
And it would be fair to say that the blunt force injuries on his body that the jury has seen here today did not contribute to the cause of his death.
Not likely.
And I think you didn't put that anywhere in your report. That it did not.
I included it in my report. I did not include it on the death certificate.
As the reason or cause, contributing cause of the death.
Correct.
Judge, can I put up a couple of those exhibits? Doctor, are you aware that there was a baseball bat that was gathered in evidence in this case?
I didn't hear about that until later.
When is later? When did you first learn about the baseball?
That might have been around the time that I was sitting for a deposition, but I can't quite
When your
remember.
deposition was taken?
I don't have the file folder. I don't know when I was deposed.
I'm going to show you this exhibit. This is number 14. And this composite exhibit is state's exhibit, I believe, number 13. And this is picture number 14. You see the, you said they were circular type injuries.
Yes.
And you've seen a regular baseball bat or a kid's baseball bat.
Yes.
A wooden bat. And if you were to swing that bat and hit somebody's body or hit a suitcase and the blunt force, that would be a linear line across that person.
It could be depending on the position of the body, the position of the suitcase, and the position or how the object came in contact.
What is a linear injury mean?
So linear injury is if you think, linear, it's more like a line.
Now, if you took
Linear is linear.
the barrel of the bat, the very end of the barrel of the bat, and you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of that bat, would those spots there in this exhibit, is that consistent?
That's compatible with that, yes.
Excuse me?
It's compatible.
And here's a close-up, this is a picture.
If you poked in with the barrel,
Again, close-up, same question. Would that be consistent?
can we have a
with
demonstration?
poking, the suitcase, if he's in the suitcase at the time?
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. We need to make a gift of that.
Crown of the bat would potentially have those type injuries?
Yes, it's compatible with that.
Oh, he's getting her to agree to
I
alternate
want to draw your
theories.
attention to the
Well, there are lots
cardiovascular
of
system.
alternate theories.
Do you have your report?
I do.
Okay. You describe the proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than a 75% narrowing of the lumen due to eccentrically placed firm yellow-white
I'm going to
fibrolipid
move you away from the wine.
atherosclerotic plaque.
Yes.
And is that pretty much verbatim with what you said in the report?
Yes.
And that terminology is synonymous with a single vessel high-grade atherosclerotic coronary artery disease.
Yes.
Ooh, baby.
And in that location, it's kind of a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker,
Yes.
because of the location in that vessel that supplies most of the circulation to the left ventricle.
Yes.
Very
it was
good, beautiful.
Was a heart
If you had a
attack.
spasm in that artery, that could nearly totally obstruct the lumen and cause a fatal heart attack, could it not?
It could. It could cause a dysrhythmia, yes.
I'm sorry?
A dysrhythmia or an
This
abnormal
isn't gonna,
beating of the
he
heart.
needs to stop
That
here.
could kill him.
It could.
He needs
gonna
to
stop.
stop here.
He needs to
Okay.
stop because you know what's going to happen. The prosecutor says, "Would locking someone in a suitcase and forcing them to possibly suffocate induce a heart attack?" Yes. Like once you buy the ticket, you're along for the ride. So that Sarah did this, like I didn't know he had a heart defect. That's not going to be something he could do.
It's not going to help.
No, so that's why he's got to be careful about going down this road because why did he have the heart attack? Because he was locked in the suitcase. He didn't have the heart attack like on his own.
No.
So he's got to be careful with this.
But hang on, did he have a heart attack?
Well, he's trying to offer that as a possible issue that could have killed him, not the
Yeah.
asphyxiation, but it's like
I think she
Okay,
says the
so-
heart. It wasn't that, but
yeah, but he's like, okay, so if it wasn't asphyxiation, it was a heart attack because he's panicking and everything, and he knows he's dying, and like you're not really like, see, booyah, I win. It's like
That doesn't help. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, okay,
Yeah.
heart attack, asphyxiation, both are going to
Yeah.
kill you.
It wasn't the fact I shot him to death; it was the blood loss that killed him.
Yeah.
Case closed, Your Honor.
he would have been fine.
Yeah. Yes, or even better, it could be like, doctor, isn't it true death is the reason why people die?
Isn't it?
Case closed.
Close. Yes.
Case
Not guilty.
closed.
And just look at the jury. And sit down and tighten. Nailed it.
He may have had COVID. You never
Yeah.
know.
That too.
Well, if he
That's-
died like 3 months later, they would have said it was due to COVID.
But yeah, not even that, like a month later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was February 2020.
Shame. Hospitals lost out on a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you there, but I'm just like, this
No,
is not a
it's
good
no,
idea.
it's good. Let's keep going. All right.
The lumen is the inside space of the tubular structure?
Yes.
Of that, and so that was blocked, over 75%.
It was, but there was no evidence of myocardial scarring. So when the vessels become blocked, you prevent blood from getting to the muscle of the heart. So there was no evidence that there was any scarring. There was no evidence that there was anything that happened acutely. When that happens, we can see changes in the actual muscle of the heart. So there were no changes suggestive of that.
Well, let me ask you, if he were to get out of the suitcase on his own, and he would have passed out or fell asleep on the couch, and she would have woken up the next day about that time and came down, and he was dead on the couch, and you did this autopsy, would it be fair to say that in your ruling on cause of death, that single vessel coronary artery osculosclerosis would be your probable cause of death?
It could be, but any sort of injury overrides natural disease if the injury is significant, right? So you don't have to be a perfectly healthy person to have trauma and die. So it's very common that we see people that have injuries for whatever reason, but also have a lot of natural disease. But we look at it as the injuries override the natural disease because especially atherosclerotic disease, that's considered long-term, right? So that's been going on for years and years. People walk around with that all the time. So what's different is that we have trauma, and so that overrides natural disease. And sometimes natural disease can contribute, but again, it depends on the individual, it depends on the circumstances.
So absent the positional asphyxia or the environmental asphyxia, and he was dead, and you did the autopsy, it would be fair to say that you would determine this was a natural death from an isolated coronary heart disease, would you not?
It would depend on the circumstances. And I can't speculate on this case because I know what I know about it.
You had nothing else. The widow
I know he
would
was
cause his death, or you
stuffed
had
into
to
a
have
suitcase.
assumed, having nothing else, that would have
Dana,
caused
do you
his
want to
death.
I
come
most
on?
likely would have given him cardiovascular disease.
Now,
You can have a link if you want.
this ethanol metabolism that we talked about earlier, And there's a question about you believing he was in the elimination phase, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, mwah.
Is it fair to say that George Torres, the decedent, was in the elimination phase since the blood ethanol was below the vitreous value?
Yes.
Given the vitreous value was a 213, is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal
Not
elimination rate
intentional.
is, I believe, a 0.015% per hour?
Yes.
Is that standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So in other words, you agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical.
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, given the
Sounds like
significant difference in
homework.
the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
At the time that he passed? No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not, metabolism after death
Okay.
of the
All
alcohol.
right, well, let me, what I'm saying is, he could have been, prior to that time of passing, he could have, his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least at the same level as the
At least the
vitreous.
two,
Yes.
at least the 213.
Yes.
It could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
Okay, I need to understand this properly. So, what's elimination exactly? Do we know? Has she explained it?
Alcohol, how long, the process of alcohol leaving your body and being processed.
Does that mean he was alive all that time?
Yeah.
Really? Like when she went to bed,
Yeah.
was he alive for 5
Oh,
hours?
I'm sure he was. Well, he probably was slowly suffocating. He probably went unconscious, and then
Right.
slowly started dying. I mean, yeah, it's not a. It's not something that would have happened.
Well-
There's a lot of different ways.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, that's likely what happened. Is he probably started, unable to breathe, lost consciousness, then slowly started dying.
So crucifixion would be a type of positional asphyxia.
Yeah,
Because you
positional
slowly,
asphyxiation, but like farmers, they fall in a corn silo and they fall into it. Guys digging trenches at construction work, the dirt gets up too high on their
I've
chest.
seen that.
There's multiple positional asphyxiations that are out there.
And
Multiple
people-
ways for it.
think they get your head clear and you can start breathing.
Yeah.
But no,
It just
because the dirt's
constricts
still.
your chest.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
But it's
so
fine.
5 hours after he stopped drinking, he died. Yeah, and that's roughly the idea is, the body quits metabolizing once he dies.
Right.
But up until that point, he could have been alive for a little while.
Yeah, so he could have stopped drinking a little bit before all this happened.
Yeah, but the idea is we don't know how long he survived in the suitcase, but he could survive for quite a while. It's just by the
Yeah.
point towards the end of that survival, he's going to have massive brain issues, significant
Yeah.
oxygen deprivation, but
But
the
at some
body's still
point
running.
before he blacked out, you can be sure that he resolved to stop drinking.
Yeah, that too.
I'm sure he said,
That's true.
I've
Oh, I'm
It was
sure
quite
he
a
resolved-
turnaround.
He resolved to do a lot of things. I bet at that point,
He probably did.
it was the ultimate New Year's resolution.
It was. It was probably like, I'm done with this chick. Like, this is it. I've said it
Little did you
before,
know.
but this is it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does that answer your question, Hella?
It does. Because,
I mean, really,
and
the
this-
big thing is the fact they're not getting into it shows you that's just something they're kind of running off. He doesn't want to get into it because if she explains all of it, then she'll say, no, you're being a moron. He's just bringing it up and running along.
Well, but also though, we've watched this whole testimony, and did I just miss it, or did she not explain earlier what elimination is in regard to the death time?
If I recall, the prosecutor does follow up on it.
Okay, because I feel like she's
she
talking a lot of medical stuff, and she's not really explaining it to lay
Well, that's
people.
because he's not asking her to do it.
Okay.
But that's the thing. Like, so the idea of eliminating alcohol through the body, though, Hella, when people get those little ankle monitors, they're called scram units. your
Yeah.
body is wicking off alcohol through your skin. It breathes it out in like these untraceable levels. So, even while he's in there, he might not be sweating it out or pissing it out. It's still kind of off-gassing, basically.
Yeah. So it's like coming out of your pores, kind of.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. All right, let's keep going.
This is defense composite exhibit for identification. Jay?
Has the state seen it?
Yes.
We stipulate J into evidence.
It was pre-marked as defense J, will be received into evidence without objection as defense 1.
Judge, can I publish these?
You may.
Ma'am, there's 5 photographs. I'm just in front of the office. The first one's number 5. What is this depict?
So that's the left hand. So you're looking at the outer surface of the hand, the knuckles, and the 3 of the fingers.
Bruise there was top of his left hand?
Yes.
All right, and the same for picture number 4.
So that's the same, just a little bit further away and without a scale.
And then here is picture number 3.
So now you're looking at the thumb and the index finger?
And then shows some bruising on the hand.
Yes.
And then here's picture number 2.
I wish we could see this stuff.
So what you're seeing here is, from the scene, our investigators put brown bags over the decedent's hands, and that's, we collect evidence at the time of the autopsy. So at the scene, brown bags are put on the hands to preserve any evidence. And so that's why you're seeing this, because this is a picture that we take. We cut the bag open, and we take a picture to show exactly what the hands look like.
You agree there's the bruising here on the
Yes,
back of the hand,
there.
and also up around the knuckle area?
Yes.
The fingers, and also on the section here?
Yes.
And then here's the last picture, number 5, which, again, is the left hand,
Yes.
showing the bruising on the top of the hand as well as the knuckle area.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Redirect. Let's go.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the alcohol level in this case.
Is this
And,
chicken dish?
I believe it was a term, metabolic phase or elimination phase.
I think so.
Could you just explain for us
Yeah.
what that is?
Sure. So in the toxicology testing, there's 2 different levels that I ordered for levels of alcohol. One is they look in the blood to see the level of alcohol. The other is in what's called vitreous fluid or eye fluid. And we look at both areas because that can give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing through the alcohol or whether it's still rising. It just gives us an idea sometimes of how close to death they were when the ingestion of alcohol happened. But basically, the level in the eye fluid trails behind what we see in the blood. There will be a small point in time, as we discussed earlier, that they will be almost the same. But you can just think of it as the blood alcohol goes up, and then a brief period of time later, the alcohol in the eye fluid will start to show. So again, it's just to give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing or whether they're still, the level is still rising, or if they're still, intaking alcohol.
So the result in this case was indicative that George Torres's level was coming down.
Yes.
And I think some of the math
Court reporters
was
wearing shoes.
a little bit difficult to follow on the fly. But with that rate of dissipation, would it be fair to say that he would have been in that suitcase for approximately 5 hours? Because he couldn't be drinking whilst in the suitcase, that we're seeing this rate decrease between these 2 levels.
Well, you have to be careful how you interpret it because, the numbers that I have from toxicology testing, that's from one point in time. I mean, we're collecting those specimens at the time of the autopsy. So that's only one point in time. It's possible, but I can't say for certain. All I can tell you is that at some point in time, his blood alcohol was at least the higher level that we saw in the vitreous fluid. So if, the calculation of the 5 hours, that's an estimate, because again, everyone's a little bit different. But I think it's reasonable to say 5 hours. Yes, that's within reason to say that.
And obviously, a pretty obvious point, but we don't continue to metabolize alcohol after death.
Correct.
You were asked about studies or tests being performed on the suitcase in this case.
Correct.
Would the presence of objects in that suitcase also affect the length of time a person may have survived in that suitcase?
I guess if there were a lot of other objects in there, that maybe could, occlude the mouth or nose, or maybe if that means that there's more stuff in the suitcase, there's less room for the person. So I guess.
Another variable that would also be present would be the opening of that zipper, would it not?
Yes.
So if the zipper was further open, potentially more oxygen could be coming into that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there could be more oxygen coming in, but that's always the question is, would it be enough? Right? Because you can still have oxygen there, but it may not be enough. Again, for kind of the factors that I talked about before.
And there would be no way to know exactly how far that zipper was potentially forced open.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Okay. No testing done on the suitcase because, it's not a dead body. And what are you going to find out about that? And she's looking hot, old Sarah.
Yeah.
I like the animal print shirt.
Very
That's
spicy.
quite fetching. I bet just about every YouTuber in the world is very upset that we can't see her face. So we can't make fun of her, because that would have been far more view-worthy. But anyway, let's move on. Oh, you can see the side of her face. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, this is terrible camera work.
They're hoping to get a moment like that where you could see her eyes and.
Yeah. Look at the eyeliner, actually. There's definite eyeliner there.
Well,
it's pretty bad.
Got a professional on the team.
She does. Shelby.
Sarah Boone will be competing in bikini competitions before you know it.
Before you know it, well,
Pageants,
bikini competitions
competitions. I get
in
it.
prison.
Now. I get it.
What's going on? Let's go. Yeah, what did happen to those extra
Judge,
students?
James Owens here, and I'm here with Sarah Boone. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit F for identification.
One of them looks like Mr. Bean.
Title Stipulation Victim Identification. It is signed by Mr. Judge Torres, Sarah Boone, and myself, October 2nd, 2024.
And the other stipulation?
The other is a stipulation of FDLE report, again signed by Dave Cacciatore Jr., Sarah Boone, and James Owens. It is it's listed as identification State's Exhibit N. It is a 2-page FDLE laboratory report generated June 3rd of 2020.
Can you approach with both of those documents, please? Thank you. State, anything else to add over and above what Mr. Owens identified?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Boone, good morning. You were previously sworn earlier today. I hold in my hand 2 stipulations. The first stipulation, pre-marked as State's Exhibit F, reads Stipulation of Victim Identification. Reads as follows. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., the defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, we have a scrivener's error there, James Sullivan. Okay. Sullivan Owens stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Signed the 2nd day of October, 2024. Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to go over this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand what the stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you freely and willingly entering into this stipulation?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All All right, the court accepts this stipulation. How do we want to handle the little issue with regard to his lawyer as opposed to her lawyer?
I'm fine with the court making an edit to scratch out his and insert her if that's acceptable with the defense.
Acceptable?
Yes.
Ma'am, is that acceptable to you as well? It is. All right, thank you. The court will make that handwritten interlineation, removing his and adding her. State, you seek, we'll move this into evidence in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. Moving now to what was pre-marked to state's N. Ma'am, this is a stipulation of FDLE report. It reads, the Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and Defendant Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. It bears Mr. Cacciatore's signature, your signature, and the signature of your attorney, Mr. Owens. Have you had the opportunity to review this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review the 2-page FDLE report that will be attached to it?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you entering into this stipulation freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. Any issue with striking through his and adding her state?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, the court will make that interlineation as well. Anything else we need to address? State, I will return these to you for the purposes of moving them into evidence with regard to these two stipulations.
Does anyone know
So
what the
nothing else?
stipulations are?
Okay, thank you. Defense, anything else? All right, thank you very much. Anything else we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
What's that, Hella?
No, sir.
Do you know what the stipulations are?
Yeah, they're stipulated to the authenticity of a couple reports, so they can skip foundation in it. So it's like what the contents are.
You talking
They
about the
also
makeup
stipulated
again?
the dead guy, the person they found is George. So they stipulated some very basic things.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. All right. So she hasn't like signed away her.
No,
right
because
to
if that was the case,
something.
we'd have been done by now. Yeah. No.
Okay.
This is surprised. I'm surprised Sarah's willing to do that. It seemed like she was very much, we got to fight the whole thing. So I'm surprised.
That's what bringing a lawyer in does. It enables you to not waste whatever credibility you might have with a judge or with a jury over utter stupidity that you're going to lose anyway.
Because she wouldn't understand. Like, she'd just be like, no, to everything.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Yeah. Fair. Okay, great. Thank you for that. All right, let's keep going.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel. Thank you.
Ron, you didn't rise for the jury.
They get one.
You get what? Man, thank you
You should try that
very
the next
much.
time you go to the Supreme Court, Ron. Sorry. May it please the court. I only do it once today.
I only do it once. Thank you, AI Designs, for the super sticker. That's 2 in 2 days. You are lovely. And the King Sterling. The King.
The King, Sterling.
Ah, lovely. See, we have Sean here to say it. Awesome. And you know what? We have the King here in Australia at the moment.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he is. He's in Sydney. And the poor man, he's got cancer. And our state premiers, the ones from the other states, not New South Wales, couldn't be bothered turning up to see him. They're clipping their toenails or something. Isn't that nice of them?
Australia has turned into such a nasty place.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to Sydney, but not to see him. I'm going to a K-pop concert. Would you believe? I think I'm going to just miss him. He's going, and I'm turning up. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate it. He's a very good king. We say that. We need to say that. We don't want to insult the king.
Yeah, you don't believe it, but you say it.
I miss Lizzie.
Oh.
I was a Lizzie fan.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury.
Yes.
All right, members of the jury.
It'd be
thank
funny
you.
if
You
they
can be
said no.
seated. Members of the jury, Ken, if you could just confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during that short break by raising your hands. Record reflect that all juror members have raised their hands.
No.
State, you may proceed with your evidence and testimony
I'm not
presentation.
sure
Yes,
I'm
Your
not sure he's
Honor,
aware
I've submitted
Tasmania
what's been
exists.
Pre-marked for identification as states F and states N into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states F will be received without objection as state 14. What's been pre-marked as states N will be received into evidence without objection as state 15.
No, not our member of parliament, I don't think. I don't think you get away with yelling at the king.
Your Honor, we would request that they be published.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I'm going to
Yep,
read to you
Stray
some
Kids.
stipulations along with an instruction. When the parties agree that certain facts are true,
Oh.
that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However,
And they mean
the
that
significance
the
of these
defendant is
facts,
guilty.
as with all facts, is for you to
Sorry, Ron?
And they mean the defendant is guilty.
You must accept it.
decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. Stipulation of victim identification. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and Defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Stipulation of FDLE report. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and Defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens,
Why does he have to
stipulate
say the
to the
middle name?
admissibility into trial. Stipulate into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
Meredith McCaskill.
Let's go. Oh, who's this? Oh, she's brought her plastic bag. She's going shopping.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you please take a seat and state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Meredith McCaskill, and it's spelled Meredith.
She's really talking to the mic.
McCaskill.
Thank you. Mr. J, you may inquire.
Thank you. Where do you work, ma'am?
I am employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And is that also called FDLE?
Yes, it is.
And what do you do for FDLE?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology DNA section.
And what is your educational background? We'll get into training and experience as well, but what's your educational background that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Clemson University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Science from the Boston University School of Medicine.
Oh,
And when did you first start working for FDLE?
I started at FDLE in April of 2011.
Okay.
Did you have any prior work experience
She's an idiot.
as a forensic examiner of blood or biological or DNA evidence?
No, I did not.
So for the last 13 years, your experience has been with the FDLE.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any sort of in-house training and then continuing education that goes on as an employee at FDLE?
Yes. So when you become a crime laboratory analyst, you have to successfully complete a training program. This training program takes about 1.5 to 2 years. It covers all of our policies and procedures and manuals, reading textbooks and scientific articles, and performing a lot of in-house testing and training under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's also written and oral examinations, and you have to successfully complete every part of that in order to work cases as a crime laboratory analyst. And then every year we have continuing education. So that's education that we need to do in order to stay current with new trends and technologies in the field.
Does the lab itself enjoy any accreditations, and what process, if so, does it go through to get them?
Yes, FDLE is accredited by an organization called ANAB. It's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. So we've been accredited for, I believe, over 30 years. It's a process where every 4 years they send people to come and inspect our lab, make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing according to our policies and procedures, and then we're also following national standards that have been set down. That's every 4 years. It's very in-depth, and then we have additional kind of like spot checks every year just to make sure that we are maintaining everything that we are supposed to be doing.
Have you ever given testimony in court about your opinion about serology analysis or DNA analysis?
Serology.
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 35 to 40 times.
Have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in those areas?
No, I have not.
Can you tell us about the place, particularly within FELE? Tell us about your workspace and what personal protection equipment you may wear when you're doing DNA analysis.
Yes, so in my workspace, I have what I call a clean side, which is where I keep all of my paperwork. And then I have my other side, which is used for actual screening of evidence items. So this is a surface where I can clean it with a detergent. I clean all of the instruments that I'm using. So scissors, markers to take notes, anything like that is cleaned with a detergent, both before I start and after I finish. And it's cleaned and maintained in between every item of evidence. So only one item of evidence is open at a time, and this is to minimize any potential contamination. So DNA from one item getting into DNA from a second item. I also wear what is called personal protective equipment. This includes a lab coat, face mask, gloves, and potentially a hairnet, depending on what type of evidence that I'm working with. And then the gloves are disposable, so they are changed before and after each item of evidence. It's also changed if I have to touch my computer to take notes. I change my gloves if I have to touch.
What's with the camera angle here? Is someone giving testimony?
Yeah, I know, right? So let's look at the back of Sarah's head, shall we?
Yeah, maybe she was acting weird for a second.
It's like, I was saying the other day, this is like why Court TV, etc., got kicked out of the Koberger hearings. It's because they just can't focus on what's actually going on in the court. They think people just want to look at the defendant the entire time. Whereas probably, in this case, they do, but stupid.
Another surface, I change my gloves. So it's a lot of procedures that we use in order to prevent my DNA from getting onto the item of evidence.
When DNA analysis is done, are instruments used to assist you in that process?
Yes, we have an instrument platform that we use that allows us to run the DNA in batches in a efficient manner. So there's multiple instruments that are used across the varying processes.
And do these instruments generate paperwork that humans such as yourself can then go read and interpret?
Yes, it does.
Now, in this particular case, you are not the analyst who examined the items. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you review the information that is generated by the instruments used by the analyst who did this work in coming to your own conclusions?
I was the technical reviewer on this file, so I reviewed all of the documentation and the paperwork and also the original analyst report.
All right. Now, one of the items that is said to have been analyzed was a DNA card. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Usually it's referred to as a DNA card or a blood stain card, and that's just a card where somebody can spot blood, usually human blood, on it and dry it down. Then the analyst can take a cutting of that stained area in order to generate a DNA profile.
And is that typically the manner in which a decedent or a dead person's DNA sample is provided to the lab for analysis?
Yes, that's a very common thing that we see in decedents.
And can you explain to the jury how it is an analyst such as yourself would take that blood stain on a portion of the DNA card and develop a DNA profile?
Why is he saying
Yes,
analyst?
so it usually is blood stained on the card, so you can identify that stain visually, take a cutting of that stained area, and then place that cutting into a sterile tube, which is then sent through the DNA process. So that's adding chemicals and heat in order to break the cells open and release the DNA into the solution, and then running it through the rest of the procedures where we determine about how much DNA is in the sample, make millions of copies of our specific areas of interest, and then generate a DNA profile that can be used for comparison to any questioned items in the case.
Do you use some sort of commercial kit to develop DNA profiles on known items such as this?
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many locations back in 2020 would have been tested on this DNA card?
In 2020, it was 21 locations.
Right. And in going through this process, is there a process that amplifies the amount of DNA?
Yes, there is.
Can you describe that?
Yes, so we need to amplify or make millions of copies of the specific areas of interest that we're looking for. We don't want to make copies of the entire DNA molecule. We're just wanting to isolate those specific 21 areas and make copies of those specific areas in order to generate the DNA profile that we use in forensic DNA analysis.
Sure,
And
sure you do.
Do you know what a short tandem repeat is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
And spicy.
Short tandem repeat, we also call them STRs. That's just what we're looking for in the forensic DNA analysis. There are short areas of repeating DNA pieces. So, for example, at somebody's DNA profile at a specific location, you can have a set of 16 repeats and a set of 17 repeats. And that's just this one little piece of DNA, and it repeats 16 times, and then you have a piece that repeats 17 times. And it's the number of repeats that is different from person to person.
And you said you might get 16 at one spot and 17 let's just be clear on what we're talking about. On one particular location, or well, all of them, do you get DNA from mom and dad? Can you explain that?
Yes, so you get DNA from your parents. So it's inherited. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad. So when I'm talking about the short tandem repeats and the example of a 16 and a 17, that could mean that you got a set of 16 repeats from one parent.
Let's not assume their gender here.
No. You could get them from
Yeah.
anywhere,
What if you have two
really.
dads?
No, people have two dads these days, and you don't know where the DNA comes from. And also, she's talking about getting DNA from 16 and 17 places. Who's leaving all their DNA around?
And a set of 17 repeats from the other parent. So it's just the copies that you get from your parents.
And you might happen to have 16 from each.
Yes, that's also a possibility.
All right, and so the chemicals end up copying about.
Why do we
21
need
areas
DNA
in
for
2020?
this?
Yes, so there's 21, and then we look at several areas that are on the gender marker. So it was 3 areas on the gender markers.
And each of these locations will come up with some sort of number like 16, 17, 4, 4, so on and so forth.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able, in reviewing the instrumentation data in this case, was the DNA profile that was said to have come from Mr. Torres, was there able to be a full DNA profile at those 21 locations developed?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Now, can you tell us what a buccal or a buccal swab, sometimes people call it each, which way is the right way?
I
People
usually
say
use the
buccal
word
swab.
buccal, but buccal is not incorrect either.
All right, what is that?
It's just a swab
Really?
that we can use as a reference sample from a person. So it looks, all of our swabs just kind of look like a long Q-tip with only one end. And
I want to punch people who say buccal. It's like, it doesn't sound right at all. Also, I wanted to ask, whilst we're in the middle of all this, because it doesn't seem to be making any sense to me, what do we need DNA for with him? Like, are we trying to prove that it's him? Because we just stipulated it was him.
Well, I think they're trying to argue, like, and like, well, whose blood was that? That could have been Sarah's blood. Like, I think they're, they're going ahead and trying to cut off everything at the pass. Because when you know that the other side's going to be like, well, actually, you didn't test this thing, when you're going to have to, you want to ask them, why didn't you test that one? You're like, because I'm not a moron. And that's a good enough answer to give to Owens. They are literally trying to go ahead and show, this is them preemptively cutting off Sarah's attempts to attack.
Okay, fair enough. And you need to get going shortly, don't you, Ron?
And
I do.
Thank you so much for being here in advance. I appreciate it.
I want to thank everybody for welcoming me so nicely. And great to see you again, Sean, of course.
Sure.
And nice to meet you, Dali. And everybody in the chat, you're really fun folks. I hope to stop by another time.
Yep, guys, Ron at
Absolutely.
Culmination and the Transcontinental.
Yeah, we do all kinds of things on
Yep.
YouTube. But to start out, subscribe to my channel, and you won't miss a thing. Good night, everyone.
All right, good night.
It's lovely to have you. Welcome back anytime. Absolutely. Ron is great, isn't he?
No, Ron is hilarious at times, as you could see in the chat.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh,
I was
very
just
laid back.
hanging out in David's Lego stream the other day, and he said he was a bit of a stream whore. And I'm like, well, you can be my stream whore this week. And then he just slid into my DMs today. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. There you go.
That's how it goes.
I do tend to pick up lawyers.
We have a stable of them now.
Yeah, I do have a stable.
And then you just take that cotton tip end and rub it on the interior of your mouth to.
Anyways,
Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm gonna have to leave too.
He's gonna have to pop off.
No probs, no probs.
So,
Thank you
I'll
for
see you
for popping in.
Also, she can say buccal if she wants to. She's the professional.
I guess
can
she
call it
can. I
buccal.
just don't like it.
Yeah. All right,
Thanks for
see you
being here.
guys.
Bye.
See, do you have a stream today?
Yes, yeah, gonna be starting actually this little while here.
Okay, cool.
'Cause I didn't get a chance to. Yeah, and then also tomorrow night, I'm hoping we'll have time because I'll be done a little earlier in the day.
Yeah.
There's some interesting stuff coming out of the state of Alabama that way some of the hospitals are treating children. It's a little weird.
Oh.
That we're gonna get into.
Alabama. Oh,
Yes.
no, that's like our Tasmania.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right,
I don't want to
guys.
say anything too bad in case there's any Alabama people in chat. You have a nice night and give Miss 2.0 a big hug for me.
I will do that. See you guys.
Okay.
Bye.
Mwah.
Thanks.
Bye.
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 Get a good DNA sample. You have a lot of cells on the inside of your mouth and a lot of saliva. So that's a good source to use for a known sample from a person.
And these long Q-tips, I believe, as you described, are they put into a box that is designed in a way so that the Q-tip doesn't touch the edges of the box?
Yes, I've seen it in boxes like that, but I have also seen it where they've been put back into the original paper packet container. So either method is fine.
And did the FDLE in this particular case, in the data that you reviewed, was there buccal swabs represented as being from the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes, there was.
And in the process that you've briefly described for the jury already, can you just tell us if it's different in any way to take a part of that cotton swab to develop a DNA profile than a piece of the DNA paper?
No, it's the same process. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small cutting of the cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube, and then running it through the exact same DNA process.
And was a full profile at the 21 locations able to be developed for the buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Were there also what we call unknown samples that were examined in this case?
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the difference between a known and an unknown sample for the jury?
Yes, a known sample is a sample from a specific person. So that's like the example of a buccal swab. I know that sample came from that individual, and I can use that as a way to determine that particular person's DNA profile. An unknown sample is just a sample where we don't know whose DNA or if there is any DNA on that sample at all. So those are question items that can be, once a DNA profile is obtained from that item, can be compared to the known profiles obtained from individuals.
And in this case, was there an unknown item labeled as DNA swabs representative coming from Mr. Torres's fingernails?
I believe it was fingernail clippings from Mr. Torres, yes.
All right, and typically, I know you didn't do the work on this particular case, but in reviewing the notes and in your experience, do these DNA samples from fingernail clippings come in as swabs, like a buccal swab?
So sometimes they can come in as swabs, but other times they come in as just fingernail clippings, so taking the clippers and just cutting off the ends of the fingernails. And then I've also seen it where they've been scraped using pointed sticks.
And so if there is a swab that came in represented as being from the fingernails, then that would go through the process as you previously described for the buccal swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And if it comes in as fingernails or scrapings, do you all have to make your own swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how would you go about doing that?
We have prepackaged swabs in our lab. We can then use some sterile deionized water and drip that onto the end of the cotton tip to make it a little bit moist so that it can pick up any DNA that is left on the item. And then we just swab the surface of the item, allow the swab to dry, and then cut it and place it into a tube for the DNA process. So we're just making our own swabs at that point.
And was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres' fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match either of the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise, was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent represented as being from her fingernails.
And so just like the buccal swabs, they come in as a Q-tip, and then you would test that in a similar manner?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there was.
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, it did.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
Now, in regards to both of these last items that we've talked about, the fingernail swabs from each Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone, is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is. All of those samples were represented as being from those particular individuals, so their DNA is expected to be on those items.
Was there any DNA foreign to
Yes,
Ms.
not
Boone
swab.
on those samples that were represented as coming from her fingernails?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Miss Boone obtained from either set of fingernail swabs.
Now, with this amplification process that you've described, is it PCR?
Yes, it is.
How sensitive is it when a sample is taken from an unknown area, such as fingernails?
The PCR process is pretty sensitive, and over the years, as the science has evolved and testing has changed, the process has become even more sensitive over the years.
And hypothetically, if two people are living together and are intimate partners, quite frankly, would you expect the intimate partner's DNA to show up on swabbings from their fingernails?
Yes, it's possible that their DNA would show up if they're in close contact with each other.
But in this particular case, after reviewing all of the instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippers, both clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes, that's correct.
No other questions?
Any cross-examination?
Marsha, I think that's what the conclusion was.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Once you develop a profile, are you able to take that profile and compare it to other possible DNA on
Chat, help
objects
out.
or items?
Is that true?
Well, if it's a DNA profile that is obtained from a questioned item, we can compare that to profiles from known individuals.
And in this case, an example of that, if an object from an unknown source, you could take that and compare it to a known profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you get a match with that comparison, what can you take from that?
Just that is the DNA profiles are the same.
So if it's an object, let's say like a bat, and there's a DNA profile that's obtained from the bat, and it matches a known profile, could you make the conclusion that that person touched or handled that bat from the known profile?
No, I can't. There's nothing in the testing that we do at FDLE that will allow me to determine how any DNA ended up on an object or how long it's been on that object.
Now, you said that in this case, what was sent for DNA comparison?
In this case, there was a bloodstain card or a DNA card represented as being from Mr. Torres, buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone, fingernail clippings from both hands represented as being from Mr. Torres, and then fingernail swabs from both hands represented as being from Ms. Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison.
Those were the only items sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
I don't see
Any
how they
redirect
can tell when the scratches were from,
Defense?
except
Ma'am, you're excused.
if
Thank
they
you
were
very much.
recent.
Thank you.
Recent, yeah.
Like, how could they say if they were that night? I
State your
think
next
any medical examiner could only tell if they were recent. They could tell if they were post-mortem, for sure. But
They could probably
I don't
give
think
an
anyone's going to try and say
estimation.
they're post-mortem. Yeah.
They could give an estimation for either recent or within a certain number of days, maybe.
Yeah, maybe days,
They
but
could
not that
estimate
night.
how long it healed.
Yeah. I mean, if we were talking about whether a body had been out and happened afterwards, like it'd been like tousled
Yeah.
around, then you could definitely tell if it was post-mortem because the blood wouldn't have been pumping through the body. But yeah, that
Everyone, you
night,
can
no
take a
way.
seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Should have been able to say something about it.
First
Yeah,
name
you're
is
right.
Janella, Junella. Last name
Correct,
is
Brett.
Wadden, UA, as in Delta, AN.
May it please the court?
May proceed, sir.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I'm currently employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office here in Orlando, Florida.
And what is Sheriff Mina currently having you do?
I'm currently, my current position is a digital forensic examiner.
And how long have you held that position?
I just hit 6 years.
And can you tell us about, and we're going to break it down, education, training, and experience. Let's just talk about your education. What's your educational background prior to becoming a law enforcement officer? In particular, what is relevant to being a digital forensic examiner?
I actually started in crime scene investigations with the Sheriff's Office, so I have a
Oh, is she gonna bring in
bachelor's
the
in
celery?
forensic science through the University of
yes.
Central Florida. Upon transferring over to our digital forensics unit, I became a certified computer forensic examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative
Oh,
Specialists.
yeah.
And
IACIS?
phone
ISIS,
text
yes.
messages.
Call it ISIS?
This
Yes.
gets spicy.
How do you say it?
IASIS.
IASIS.
ISIS.
Yes.
All right, so IASIS. Tell us about that program that you went through with IASIS to become a digital forensic
ISIS.
examiner.
Yes, the beginning portion of it is in classroom training. It's normally only hosted in 2 different locations around the world, one being here in Orlando, the other one
Okay,
normally being
awkward.
somewhere over in Europe. They actually just expanded
the
a
Middle
third
East.
location over in Australia. So again, the first 2
Australia?
weeks are in classroom training, normally with over
Don't
300
mention
other
my country.
students. And then the next
ISIS
5 to
is in
6 months
Australia.
are all a peer review type training where they give you problem sets on how to, it goes from basic education on computer forensics to how to recover data. Could be pictures, could be videos, you know.
So, okay, if Sean said that she shouldn't wear the badge on the stand because she's digital forensics, but she does work for the cops, right?
Yeah.
And clearly that's why she's got a badge on.
I don't know.
Well, she's got a badge on, so she must
Well,
work for the
yeah,
cops.
I don't know why she would have a badge. I mean, what's she gonna do? Stop and give me your cell phone? No.
I'd rather know, as a member of the jury, I'd rather know that she's a pig. Sorry. Yeah, because I don't trust her.
I don't trust her.
I assume it's her actual badge. Yes. Some of us are biased against the police. I think that they lie because they're allowed to lie.
True.
So
Who is this?
I know police are allowed to lie.
The digital forensic examiner. She basically got the cell phone extraction, the video, and text messages, and the text messages are going to be really interesting.
Yeah. And I agree it's a bad look. Because she's bacon. So, anyway.
It looks like she's overcompensating.
Yeah, and they've all of them who've been coppers have had this giant freaking star on them. It's just like, I'm so great. Like, love me. But there are some of us who don't trust cops. So, it might bite them. Anyway, this is going to be good.
You're not sure until you pass one step to move on to the next one to figure out what you're essentially what kind of questions you're going to get.
All right.
Yeah,
Take a break
that
from
is what
education
Murdoch did with his
training.
badge.
One second.
Forgot about that.
On February 23rd, 2020, were you
I'm
called
an
out to a
officer.
scene?
Yes.
Does that happen from time to time as a
I'd rather
digital
know
forensic
too.
examiner as opposed to your previous duties like CSI, which would always go to the scene?
Yes, as a digital forensic examiner, we are required to come out on scenes if requested.
May I approach the witness with E for identification?
You may.
Showing you E for identification, you recognize states E for identification?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize that?
I recognize the front label or the portion filled out on the envelope with my handwriting, as well as evidence tape sealed, also initialed with my initials.
And the information on it includes like your case number and some of the other information you just answered?
Yes, case number, date of collection, and the item description.
And what is said to be contained inside of that envelope?
An Apple iPhone model XS with a pink case.
Really? She got an XS in 2020?
There's two sets of evidence.
With a pink case.
Yes.
Can you tell us about each set?
Of course, I had a pink case.
The first
Thought it'd be
set,
Hello
which is the
Kitty.
red tape here, initially when I collect or sometimes when we receive items from crime scene investigators, the packaging necessarily doesn't have to be sealed, just because the phone might have to be kept charged on prior to us receiving the phone. So in this case, I did collect the item from the residence. I brought it back to our office. And then once I was done with my exam, it later gets sealed, again with my initials and dates. And if there's a later on an evidence review or somebody needs to review the item again, if we need to do an additional examination, the package might be reopened and then resealed again, hence the blue tape here at the bottom.
All right, other than the blue tape, is that item and the packaging substantially in the same condition when you were done examining what is said to be contained inside?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
If you would, could you open up this package and, without showing it to the jury at this point, see if you recognize what's inside of the envelope?
Yes, there's a phone with a pink case inside.
Do you recognize that as the item that you collected from the scene that you went to on February 23rd, 2020, and then later examined?
Yes.
All right. So, this scene, February 23rd, 2020, where is this scene?
I believe it's 4740, or can I refer to my report for the address or the numerical?
If we refresh your memory.
Yes.
Go ahead, and then when you're done refreshing your memory, let us know if your memory was refreshed.
Let us know if your memory is refreshed. Are you refreshed? Oh, good.
I'd like some refreshments if you don't mind.
The-
Memory refreshed.
Yes.
What is your answer?
4748 Franz, not sure if I'm saying that correct, court, apartment number 3.
Now, I know you work for the sheriff's office in Orange County, but I still need to ask, is this in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
All right. Now, you collected that item. May I move E for identification and evidence at this time?
Any objections? No objection. What was pre-marked as E will be received into evidence without objection. The state 16.
Did you do anything with that item while you were on scene?
Yes.
What is it that you did with that item while you were on scene?
I was requested to come out. I was informed from the detectives that the user of the device gave consent for us to download her phone. So I responded out, and once I located the phone, I immediately started to extract the data from the phone.
All right. So now let's talk about what tools you use to do that. I assume there's some software involved with this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your familiarity and the training that you had in regards to using that software back in the time of February 2020?
Yes. One of the main tools that we use for data extraction is called Cellbrite. I did obtain, again, transitioning to our digital forensics unit, I obtained 2 certificates with Cellbrite, which is an operator certificate, knowing how to operate the hardware and the extraction software, as well as a certificate in their physical analyzer software, which is more used for the analysis part. So once we download the phone, we get a digital file, which to us is a lot of data, which humans, we can't read. So their software basically makes it more readable for us humans, which we can then generate a report in different formats for review. So in this case, we used Cellbrite. They actually started to develop software for cell phone companies. So if you remember back in the day when you went to go upgrade your phone and you had to go into a brick and mortar store, they actually had the software to help transfer your old data from your old phone and transfer it to your new phone, like your contacts, your pictures, your videos, a lot of the data that you didn't want to lose when upgrading your phone. But they are now a predominantly digital forensics company, and they provide the software that we use to extract
this trial has
data
so
off of
many
digital
sponsors.
devices.
Yep.
This trial's like a sports game.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, in this case, and especially at that time, we had 2 options. There was a portable tablet. In this case, you can still use a computer, and they have sister software that mirrors the exact same software that's on the portable tablet. So in this case, I had my call-out laptop with the extraction software installed on it, and just like you would to connect your phone to, let's say, your computer to export photos or take photos off of your phone if you want to save them. We're doing essentially the exact same thing in the field where we're connecting it to our computer, and we're letting the software pull all that data or the contents off of that phone.
When you were told that you had Ms. Boone's password to her phone device, do you do anything to try and make sure that the data cannot be manipulated or destroyed from the outside world?
Yes, it's standard protocol. Like once we receive a phone, hopefully somebody did it before it's handed to us. But again, if we're responding out to the scene or we're the only ones that are interacting with the phone, we for sure try to, if we are given a passcode, we try to confirm the passcode. And then the phone is immediately put into airplane mode, which will disconnect it from any outside network. And we also try to ensure, because not always, once you place your phone into airplane mode, it doesn't always turn off your Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi connections. So we may go in and make sure that those settings are also disabled before we extract the data.
All right, take us through this extraction process. I understand that there are many different levels of information that you can get depending on a lot of things that you'll tell us about. Can you tell us the level of extraction we were able to do on site with this cellular phone device?
Yes, for this specific phone, we were trying to minimally get the user data, again, the stuff that you guys can see when you're looking through your phone, your calls, your messages, your pictures, your videos. And in this case, that's the level of support that the on-scene software that we're able to use is able to download from the phone, especially with having a password or passcode.
All right, so I think we're all familiar with Windows. I think Mac has its own special iOS.
I'm not familiar with
Windows.
Windows.
Can you tell us about the operating system that was on this particular cellular phone device?
Yes, Apple has its own operating system, iOS if you have an iPhone, and of course, even if you have Android or Apple, you're constantly getting notifications saying it's time to update your phone to the newest software. So in this case, it's an iPhone, so it's running their shortened version of iOS.
Can you also extract data that has been quote-unquote deleted from the operating system? Can you just tell us all about it?
Yes, it is sometimes a possibility. It's not always guaranteed, but we sometimes have more advanced tools that can potentially pull that data from the device, and then later, once we get that download, we can put it into that software, and normally will give us indications on whether or not data has been deleted.
And so if a particular photograph or a Word document or some sort of file has been deleted from the operating system, may it still remain on the phone device or computer device?
Yes.
It may still be locatable with your software tools.
But that is the hope. Again, not always guaranteed, but again, that's why we're trying to go in there and look for that the data behind the scenes to see if we can recover those artifacts. Yes.
Did you later do another extraction of this phone device back in the office?
Yes.
And tell us if it is different in any way, how your software or hardware was different in doing it at the office.
Yes, in this case, we use, again, a more advanced tool, which is able to capture, the technical term is a full file system. So we're capturing that whole filing cabinet, you would say, of the data stored on the phone with, again, the probability to not only collect possibly deleted data, but also your systems information, application data, like your social media, messaging apps, everything aside from your normal user data, like your calls and messages and pictures and videos.
And what level of capture, and if you answered it in that, I'm sorry, what level of capture were you able to do?
Again, in this case, I was able to do the full file system back at the office. On scene, the technical term is an advanced logical or logical extraction, again, which encompasses your generic user data on your phone.
Aren't you
The level
clever?
of extraction you did at the office, does that encompass data that is outside of the operating system or in unallocated space?
It can include that data, yes.
Now, what kind of information can be generated by this computer software tool that you used to make it presentable for a human such as yourself or the members of the jury to review?
Yeah, in the software, it will place the data in data categories. So it's organized. If we just want to search between messages, we can go in the messages category. If we want to look at logs, like maybe data that your phone's recording,
I'm here
like
live,
locations,
Judge. I'm
app
not a
activity, that's also presented in its own data category. And it also has
so
the
great.
ability
that,
to
Judge.
put all that data in chronological order in what they refer to as a timeline. So we can also see all that ongoing data in the timeline section. And if we need to, we can either narrow down to a small scope of time, or if it's requested, we can get all the data all in that timeline to whoever wants to review it.
And for instance, if there's an entry on the timeline that says, April 1st, 2016, photograph ABC was taken, are there separate folders that are generated by the software tool that has all the images, such as that still photograph, generated?
Yes, when we export it or generate like in a PDF version of that report, all that data is categorized in a PDF, but it also exports a copy of that same data, such as images and videos, in separate subfolders. So if I just wanted to go look at the pictures from the phone directly, I could just go into that subfolder and just look at all thousands of images that might be exported from the phone.
And is there identifying information such as an IMEI that is generated by the software tool?
Ooh, an IMEI. Or
Yes,
an
the
IMEI.
IMEI is one identifier that your cell phone has to help authenticate it to your cell phone network. It also is like a serial number unique to your phone. And in this case, our software is able to read and report all those device identifiers from your phone, including an IMEI.
And do you take actual photographs of the cellular phone device, like the exhibit we just put into evidence, to document it before or after you do the extraction?
Yes, just like in crime scene, a cell phone digital evidence is essentially another form of evidence. So we always try to document the current state, condition, whether it's locked, unlocked, and if we, again, in this case, we were provided a passcode. So I normally like to photographically document the phone's identifiers or accounts that may be logged into the phone.
Sarah really was very nice. Like, she gave the phone over and she gave the passcode. Like, that was kind of stupid, but nice of her. Like, why the hell would she do that? She really forgot that she took that video, right?
Oh, yeah. She was drunk off her ass and had no idea.
Yeah. Like, either she completely forgot she took that video, or she, like, didn't think there was anything wrong with that video.
No, she forgot.
She forgot.
Or
Trial,
it was deleted, I think.
To look at two different exhibits.
Hang on, she'll
to see
say.
if they represented a portion of that timeline you described that can be put into the PDF report form, as well as some of the images and videos from this extraction that you performed on the device that's in evidence.
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
What I'm showing you first is O for identification. Did you have an opportunity to review that this morning to make sure that the portion of the PDF and the images in a separate folder there were part of the extraction that you did on this device that we're talking about?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
P for identification, is that another carve out of the PDF timeline as well as videos and photographs from that device?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state will move O for identification.
I didn't think it was deleted.
With regard to states O.
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked
Oh,
as states
states
O will
O.
be received into
I don't
evidence
wanna
without
see
objection
states O.
is state 17.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Yeah, see, it doesn't make any sense for it to be deleted, because if she forgot about it, why would she have deleted it? It's either she forgot about it, or she remembered it and she deleted it. It's one or the other.
Opening up the file labeled extraction.
Who the hell can read that? I mean, like, I haven't got the best vision, but if you're sitting in the jury box, can you read that?
Guess we don't get that long. All right, so sorry about your neck. Looking at entry 31079, can we just go column through column and explain what we're looking at?
Yes, the first column normally is just an assigned number, just like a line item number for the report, because again, this is an excerpt. There could be thousands and thousands of line items when you're looking at the entire timeline. So the far left-hand column is just a line item number, followed by again, the data category for whatever data you're looking at. In this case, there's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
Let's talk about the column that has dates and times, and can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes. Another column, again, we're looking this at a timeline, so we want to know dates and times. So we'll include the date and time of the data that was recorded onto the phone. And this report was adjusted for our local Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida, so UTC -5.
And going up to the top line there, 31075, that indicates that there's a start time for the application com.apple.camera, and then going back to our original one, 31079, that's the end time. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so Apple is very good about recording activity on the directly from your device. When you open up a certain application, such as the camera, Apple is making note that you, in this case, it's indicating a start time. So you opened up your camera at 10:21:36 p.m. And then you stopped using it, maybe closed it out or stopped recording.
Pause after this.
At 10:21:38 p.m.
So,
as Sean says, these are tattle devices, everyone. They
yes.
record everything.
Yep.
And Sarah, maybe she just hit the wrong app or whatever, and the camera opened and she closed it 2 seconds later. Regardless, her little tattle device now is being used to say that maybe she wanted to record or take a picture of Jorge's flying down the stairs.
hang on a minute. Are you saying that she didn't mean to take that video?
No, this wasn't the video.
Right.
This was earlier, because the video, I think, was after 11.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
This right now is around 10:30.
Right. So you're saying that she accidentally turned the camera on at 10:21.
And then changed her mind. Because it's only in 2 seconds that the camera was on.
Okay.
If you want to go back a few seconds, I can show.
Yeah, I know. I heard that, but so what?
And then she probably got much drunker, or
Yeah.
alcohol continued to process. She continued to lose her inhibitions.
Yeah.
Her cruel streak came out when she drinks. And that's when she took the video mocking him, thinking it'd be funny to preserve it.
Okay.
Even though she never would have taken it sober. Or
because she had the camera out.
yeah.
Okay.
She thought about it, but was like, no, that's a bad idea. Whereas she was sober, she never would have even went into the camera app. Or she just
Right,
went
guys,
into it accidentally.
Okay,
But-
so what's come out is that no photos were taken at that time, but the camera app was opened.
For 2 seconds, yeah.
Right, got you.
And if she's drunk,
In
then
this
she could have
portion
hit the
of
wrong app.
PDF, timeline, there does not appear to have been any videos or photographs captured while the camera was open. Is that accurate?
Based on that excerpt, I don't see a recorded media file.
All right. In the surrounding entries, can we just talk about what I would unfairly probably call spam of locations? What is going on there?
Again, if there's usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are, your phone is also recording that data as well. And in some cases, like again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record your location when you take a picture, again, like when you reopen that picture, it'll show you, hey, you were located at 2500 West Colonial Drive. That's that data that's being recorded in the background while you're using that application that it might have that permission to record that data.
Can we just go column by column through the first entry here,
went
16498? What does instant messages mean?
That's referencing text messages.
Second column, outgoing. Does that indicate there's an outgoing communication?
Yeah, so it'll reflect outgoing or incoming depending on the recipient or sender.
The next column, there's a 1. What does that mean?
That just might be like one entry, one message. I don't see the header for the columns. That one I'm not unsure of.
All right, and the date and time we've already explained. Let's talk about the from, paren owner, and then the participants. What does this all mean?
So the from section, again, if we're looking at the first row of data, it's indicative as a text message because the sender, it's listing the phone number being used to send that message. And then for iPhone devices specifically, if you're communicating with another Apple device, it may also list the phone number as well as your backup, which is your Apple ID. So if it can't transmit that message through your phone number, it might default to your iCloud account. And in this case, it's listing both.
All right, and if, for instance, the outgoing recipient or the incoming sender of the text message is in the contacts, would it show up with the person's name, such as Wancho?
Yes, our software will display your contact name as how you save it.
And if there's no contact name, it would just show the phone number?
Phone number or, again, Apple, your iCloud account.
Videos, 16499, capture time, what does that indicate?
So that is when the video, in this case, looks like a video, is captured on the device.
Let's specifically talk about entry 16520. Again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device?
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Yeah, pay attention to this, guys.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Go back. Wait. Pause.
Yeah,
Well, no, there's something I want to point out.
Okay.
The content of the message is hide and seek,
Pause.
I shall.
Yeah.
Do you see from the number, and that's the guy that beat up Jorge?
Moses.
Moses. But
Yeah.
do you see the participants, meaning the person sending this, goes by the name of Brian Boone. He's the owner.
He's the owner of what? The phone?
I guess. Is it his phone? Is it his email? Is it just because he paid for the phone and pays?
Maybe. Participants. B. Boone at Gmail. Brian Boone. Hang on. Love your... Hang on, I'm looking at the wrong one. Hide and seek is the one above.
Yeah.
Brian Boone, owner. Mo must be Moses.
Yeah.
From that, so is it a group chat?
No.
Maybe it is.
This is why freaking hate going over Celebrate.
Brian Googled it at 2:27 a.m. What did Brian Google at 2:27?
Oh, she means Karen Reed.
No.
I think.
No, I wonder if this is a group chat, though, because it says participants from so-and-so.
Well, it always says participants for messages. Participants could be two people.
Yeah. They should be explaining this. She should be, like, she is
They may in the future. They're just trying to get it in for now.
Yeah, it's outgoing for Sarah. Yeah, she said hide and seek I shall.
Yeah.
Right? And remember, this was brought up in the opening statements by the prosecutor. And I find this really obscure, this reference. Right? It's like, hide and seek I shall. Like it's some sort of murder mystery. It's like, for God's sake. Like, okay, so what? She was plotting to murder him in a hide and seek game months later, was she? Please.
All I'm saying is yeah, it could be. It's weird. All I'm saying is this part here raised a lot more questions for me than I had before. I just don't know. Is it harmless? Is it?
So to speak. It's like they don't need to go down this path. All they need to do is show her taunting him with him in the suitcase going, hush, that's it. That's all they need to do. They don't need to go too much earlier.
This is premeditated. This is potentially
it's murder too. They don't need premeditation.
Well, I mean, it definitely isn't manslaughter at that point.
Okay. Yeah, it's just hide
Frankly,
and seek I shall.
I mean, they could have even
sent a text out of the blue and said, hide and seek I shall. But we don't know if it's out of the blue. This could have been an ongoing joke or something.
I'm gonna text David that right now.
For all we know. Yeah, you text it to David. It's very strange. Yeah, I get it. It's strange, but it's also strange that Brian Boone's on there. It's just, but we don't know the whole context. We're just looking at it like that. So, anyway.
Okay, I just texted him.
Yeah, I think he was paying for Sarah's phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that it's Yoda speak. That's funny.
Seek I will and hide.
Hide I shall, seek I will.
17167. It's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m.
One does
41
not seek
seconds.
if they do not
And
hide.
It's from what is the paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
You must seek while you hide.
What was the line on number?
17167.
And bless you, and all of you too. I'll get rid of him.
He financed this hit.
And then the next three are also outgoing messages.
What?
What do they indicate as far as content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll be better, followed by
I'll get
171.
rid of him.
69, Ugh, and 17170.
Now
Torres.
Pause.
What's this? What's this?
Yes, that's what he said in opening. It's outgoing, I believe. And God, I hate Celebrate so much.
Yeah.
She's complaining, I guess, to Moses. I'll get rid of him. Now, it could mean break up. It could mean dump. It could mean lock him in a suitcase, I guess. I mean, this is a month before, 6 weeks before, I guess.
Okay, so if this is the case, why aren't they going with murder one?
And why would they offer her a sweetheart 15-year manslaughter?
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be it's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, complaining to Mo, the same brother that beat him up. Mo was a revenge
Mo in
source
the
for
deep
her.
end?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
This
is very strange.
It is very strange. I don't know what to make of it. I really don't today.
Yeah, this is new.
It is new, yeah. I mean, it was hinted at in opening, but...
It was.
Turning now to entry 31103, which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF. Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds.
White
Is that
devil
what the state reflects?
manipulation.
Yes.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.mov.
Sarah's a little
begins at
freak.
11:12
Sarah
p.m.,
getting
45
it
seconds,
on.
February 23rd,
No wonder his
2020.
family
Is that
hated her.
accurate?
Yes.
She's just making
Baby?
making her way through the Torres brothers.
Well, I mean, okay, that's not actually too bad of a theory because, like, she was cheating on her husband with
Well,
George.
were they still together or were they kind of separated and
Nah, there was cheating at one point.
Oh, I mean-
and
okay, so they were still together?
look, I don't really know.
Well, I mean,
I don't
like
know.
if you're in the process of separating but you're still married technically, is that technically cheating? I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I'm just saying it's not like both people are in a committed relationship and one strays.
I don't know, but don't forget the pineapple on the door and the scrape marks from turning it upside down.
All right, where the
Don't
hell
forget-
is Wakeda in this?
Okay, yeah, like we need him on stream to explain
Well,
because we don't understand all this stuff clearly.
He's
this
still
is just
yeah.
this is well past our realm of understanding.
He's going to stick to his local safe space for now.
I certainly would not talk bad about my husband to his own brother. He'd be like, "What the fuck's wrong with you?" But this is different though. This Moses dude, he beat his brother to a pulp,
Yeah.
apparently over Sarah. Now, add that up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Add that
sure
one.
that made Sarah's nether region tingle.
Oh yeah.
I love that expression.
And then there does not seem to be any intervening closing of the camera application before we get to 31113.
Oh,
In that
what if
portion,
she-
I don't see that information.
And then
What if she accidentally opened it?
At 11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113, a second movie is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.mov.
Yes.
I'm going to continue publishing on this exhibit.
I'm sorry, half Irish. Try analyzing Mark Jensen's hard drive next. Yeah, all that midget porn.
This is kind of similar. This is manlet porn.
You know he's been on Mark's hard drive.
Oh.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
Not intentional.
Fuck you. Stupid.
What I would give to see the jury's
That's
face.
my name. Don't wear it out.
I can't fucking breathe, babe. Therapy.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
That's on you.
Sarah.
Real ransom. Might want to give it for it extra. Because I got it.
Sarah.
Real ransom.
Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
Oh, that's what I feel like when you jingle me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Fucking breathe, Sarah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should probably shut the fuck up.
For the record, that was img_1062.mov, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
I want to see people's faces. Should we see? No, I don't want to see her. I want to see
It
people's
was
faces.
about time that
Sarah Boone needed a lawyer.
Not intentional.
I just got a feeling.
Show the other one. Oh, this is not when you want things to stuff up.
No other questions of this witness?
Any cross-examination?
Didn't they show the other one?
Mm-hmm. Ethan.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Self-defense, bro.
I believe you stated on the rec that you were called to the scene and you were asked to do your analysis out there. Is that correct?
At least a download.
Download. What type of phone was this?
An Apple iPhone XS.
And how were you able to get into the phone, for lack of a better word?
I was provided with the phone's passcode.
Okay. With an Apple phone, without being given that passcode, are you able to get in an Apple phone?
Maybe not necessarily unlock the phone, even though that is an option through some of our advanced tools that is supported. But it can have the ability to download the phone even in a locked state and pull 85% of that data.
Is it a much easier process when you have the code?
It's quicker, yes.
And how were you provided that code?
I believe either through Detective Copsel or Connolly at the time, or I may have asked Ms. Boone just to reconfirm the passcode.
And did she give you the passcode?
Yeah, somebody did, yes.
Now, on the first exhibit that went up, or when you're talking about the communications or the identifying factors of the phone, one of the things that were identified is dates and times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Also, you said it would tell you if the source was incoming or outgoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you said it would identify, it could identify either by phone number or name. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. On the examples that you gave us, who was the identifying name as to the outgoing on this phone?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Who was the identifying name for the outgoing text or calls on this phone?
I think in some of the line items that were shown above, it was just listed as a phone number.
Was there ever a name listed?
A physical name, possibly in other line items, but in this, and again, in those excerpts, it's just by phone number.
Okay. Did you ever see the name Brian Boone?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see the name Brian Boone?
I believe in one of the iCloud or accounts that was logged into the phone, there was associated email address.
Taking that, was it any other place where you would see in a different name as to the outgoing, other than Brian Boone?
Again, there might have been other names listed in other portions of it. But again, those excerpts, it was just either by phone number or, again, with the Apple iPhone listing the iCloud account.
All right. Do you have a copy of the exhibit up there?
No, not on me.
Can we get that pulled up, please? Are you able to see that?
No, this monitor is not working.
May we approach?
Yes.
What's happening? Trying to get the monitor working, and we are fast forwarding whilst the tech issues are happening. The joys of doing it later. Oh, there's a Shelby sighting. Waiting. Wonder how Sarah's feeling right now after that's been shown. Hey, Carla. Oh, and see, I told you to take the plea deal. You're screwed.
Entry on 12/25/2019. Is that correct?
Are you referencing like the instant message row? Yes. Yes.
All right. Does it, as far as participants, what does that show you? What does it tell you?
So it's listing the owner in reference to we'll say the first phone number, 8684. It's referencing that phone number as well as the Gmail account or iCloud account associated with the phone, and then it's listing a physical name of Brian Boone.
Okay, so it's showing Brian Boone as being the owner of the phone. Is that correct?
For that phone number and or one of the participants in that message conversation.
Did you recall seeing any other name associated with that phone number other than Brian Boone?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
All right, when you did the analysis of this, and you would look for the participants and get that information, match it up with the phone number. Then in certain cases, they will show you the owner name because you said Apple is very detailed in some of their applications. So did you ever see another name associated with this account other than Brian Boone?
There was another iCloud account logged in on the physical phone.
Okay.
There was no name attached.
There was no name attached. Bless you. Now, when you're identifying these sources as being either outgoing or incoming sources, and is that basically telling you what device is being used?
No, it does. It's not indicative of a specific device other than we know outgoing. Obviously the source is the phone that we extracted that data from. In incoming messages, it does not let us know if the message was made through a Samsung Galaxy or another iPhone.
Okay. What identifying information do you get at that time?
In regards to like receiving a message, in this case, or what's displayed there, it's going to give us the content of the message. It's going to give us the date and time that the message was sent or received. And again, like in your phone, it does depict either through a small notification arrows indicating ingoing or outgoing. So it's just displaying that version in text up there.
Okay. And then from there, it's basically telling you the number that it came from. Is that correct?
Yes, like in reference to that top row, it's saying that that message came from that phone number. Again, the top line item, last four digits is 8684. And then it's also listing the message participants.
It's not telling you the person who sent the message, is it?
Correct, just that it's originating from a phone number.
So if two people or more people had access to a phone, you wouldn't, from this information, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually sent the message on any given time. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a fly on the wall and I can't see who's physically typing out messages.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Brian is looking
Other than
even
just your
more
subjective interpretation
suspicious.
Given the context of conversations.
Gotta say.
Yes.
And if photographs or videos are taken during these conversations, that could be indicative of who is behind the phone device as well.
Based on sound and visuals, it does help.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned, yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're released. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State, any other witnesses or evidence to call at this time?
Not for the morning.
Perhaps.
Okay, all right. Members of our jury,
Brian
it is 12:21. At
chased
this
away
point in
all
time,
the
we're going to go ahead and
lawyers,
take our
too.
lunch break. I'm going to ask you to report back here at 2 o'clock at 12A, the Orange County Courthouse. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as same instruction I read to you last week. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else.
Right. Da da da. Death by suitcase. Da da da. We are skipping breaks. We are right in there. Let's go. Lovely seal. Ba 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 ba. We are there, people. They're right on her. Look, they're just watching her like a hawk. More. Hey, more. Here we go.
Good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Chelsea Kepsel, CHELSEY, KOEPSELL.
Thank you. You may inquire.
We didn't see her mouth moving. We didn't see her at
Who do
all.
you work for?
Oh,
Orange County
Chelsea's
Sheriff's
here.
Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently a homicide cold case detective.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Since April of 2013.
And what positions have you held at the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
She doesn't look quite so hot today.
So I began my career in uniform patrol, and then I moved on to the sex crimes unit as a detective, and then I moved on to the homicide unit as a detective.
In the homicide unit, tell us, what are your
Everyone
duties as a
else
homicide?
has a conspiracy.
Respond to obviously homicides and any death-related incidents.
And what type of training do you need to hold that position?
So I went to the police academy, and then after going to police academy, I became a deputy, and then basically just having experience from other units and taking like homicide courses and investigative courses to help me.
Is continuing training a condition of not only your employment, but also holding your position in the homicide unit?
Yes.
How is it that you became involved in this case?
So on February 24th of 2020, my partner at the time, Detective Scott Lowen, received a call. Our team in the homicide unit, there's 3 teams that have
It's
4
so
detectives
boring
on each
just
team
to
with
go
a
with the
supervisor, and then we have 1 sergeant. And
obvious
so
answer.
on that date, Detective Scott Lowen was basically screening calls for
Brian
that
and
day,
Moses.
and we were at the office, and he told me about the call.
The setup.
Are all homicide investigations worked in tandem with another detective?
Typically, yeah, we normally always have a partner with us.
And tell us, why is it that we do that?
Well, honestly, it's more for court purposes if I weren't to be able to be in court. But it's also nice to just have someone else's perspective and training. We all come from different backgrounds, so it just kind of helps the investigation.
Once you received the call on this case, where was the first place that yourself and Detective Lowen went to?
We responded to the scene.
And when you say the scene, is that 4748 France Court?
Yes, I believe so.
And when you responded to the scene, who did you make contact with first there?
The first person I made contact with was Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
And was Deputy Rodriguez able to convey you certain information at that time?
Yeah, she explained to me what had been said to her and basically what they have done.
And this location that you responded to, was the defendant present there at that time as well?
Yes, she was. She was outside.
And did you make contact with her?
No.
Yes, I did.
During that time that you were initially there at the scene, did you walk the scene with the crime scene investigator in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you walked the scene, just tell us some of your observations.
So when you first enter, immediately on the right, there's like a kitchen. And then if you continue down like a very small, short hallway, it opens up to the living room / dining room area. And so when I entered, I could see the victim, George Torres, laying on the ground next to a blue suitcase.
Did you work with the crime scene investigator to identify potential pieces of evidence for collection?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant in this case at that time?
Yes, I did.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Your Honor,
If
may
you
I
haven't
approach the
met
witness
Sarah,
who's
this
been
is Sarah.
marked for identification that states T.
He's
and
an old
states
man.
U, and been shown to defense.
Sure.
You may.
Hi. You're an old man, aren't
Ma'am, I'm
you?
showing you what's been marked for identification first as states T. Can you tell me, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is that item?
This is the first part of the interview that I conducted with Sarah Boone on the scene.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the conversation that took place between you and the defendant on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the first part.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states T into evidence.
Any objection? All right, what was pre-marked as states T will be received without objection as States Exhibit 18.
Other than, I may have made a previous objection, other than pre-trial issues.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states U. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that?
This is the second part of the interview with Sarah Boone on the scene.
On February 24th, 2020?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the second part of that interview that you conducted with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
And is that your initials on the disc as
Do
well?
you think
Yes,
Sarah's guilty?
All right, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states U
Well, I'm
into
not
evidence.
sure.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states U will be received without objection as States 19.
States you.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Yeah. Look, I kind of think they could win anyway without Cacciatore. But he's by far
CET
a lot
is
better.
February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 16:57 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked vehicle out in front of 4748 Bryant
I'm down with that
Lane,
beautiful
apartment number
waterfall.
3 in
I really
Winter
am.
At the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me is my partner.
Second Scott Bowen.
And in the front seat is, can you state your name, ma'am? Sarah Boone. Okay, and your birthday? 10/10/77. Okay. So, Sarah, I know you have talked to some deputies. I know we had a very brief conversation, just to reiterate what you told that deputy. But like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and ask you more detailed questions.
Imagine if Sarah started bawling her eyes
your
out
rights,
tomorrow.
But it's just because that's how we do things, okay? So you do have the right to remain silent, okay? Do you understand that? Yes. Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. Do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Okay. So, last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that you went to the store to buy cigarettes? Yes. What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out? Yes, it was light out still. It's still light out, okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back? Yes. I'm assuming? Okay. It's right down the street. It's down the street, okay. And tell me what you guys were doing next, like what was happening?
We had a bottle of wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles.
Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking?
What Chardonnay.
Okay.
The bottles are in the trash.
Okay. Chardonnay. Okay. And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles?
I'm gonna say 4-ish.
Okay. And was this before he went to the store or after?
I'm sorry?
Had you already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. So it was around 4 p.m.-ish that you realized, and you guys were doing
puzzles and art.
Okay.
Listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
And all downstairs, upstairs? Where did you guys
Downstairs.
Okay.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You're not allowed to smoke inside, so.
Okay. And who was here last night? Was it just the two of you? Mm-hmm. Yep, okay. No one ever came over at any point? No? Okay.
We called his daughters on FaceTime.
Okay.
We were just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay. And you guys share the phone that you have, correct? Okay, and the phone's located in there, I think in the kitchen area? Yeah. Okay. So tell me what happens next. You're painting, you guys are doing this puzzle together, you obviously finished a bottle of wine.
Yes.
Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full.
Okay.
But then...
So you finished that one and then you had the full one?
Yes.
Okay.
And sorry, what was the question?
Just what you guys do next after the bottle of wine, like after you finish the wine?
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And
But I love
from there, just waiting, we were puzzled out, we were painted out.
Mm-hmm.
So, being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like, he and I have hidden in there before, like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry.
You were just explaining to me that
he decided to hide in there. So, being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then, I guess I decided to go upstairs, and I don't know, I fell asleep. So, I woke up this morning and again thought he was downstairs.
This
on the
would have been
laptop
before
looking for a
she
job,
saw the video,
as he usually is.
right?
And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he? And then I came to about the suitcase. So
I knew I forgot something.
I took him out.
Damn it.
Stretched him out. Started to do CPR.
And I even forgot to lock my doors last night, too.
But, and then like whatever gurgle.
In her defense, the suitcase was broken. They were about to donate it.
I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was wrong. He's been losing his teeth lately, and has
Hey,
been complaining
Jorge,
about
walk it off,
his
bud.
chest hurts, which is why I keep
Wait. What did she just say? Missing his teeth lately? Teeth? Wait.
Were they playing hide and seek?
Wait. I don't think we've heard this before at all. Is this this is a different car interview, yes? Or a different part of it? Beautiful Waterfall, yeah.
I thought I had everything, but...
No, they haven't. This has not been disclosed. I've not heard this at all.
Okay.
But, and then like whatever gurgle. So I'm trying to do CPR on him.
Ooh.
I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was
Hey,
wrong.
bud, come on.
He's been losing his teeth lately, and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I have a job or insurance, has been put.
Okay, his chest hurts.
And she's been trying to get him to go to the doctor. See, she's a good girlfriend.
That ball and chain just nagging.
Nagging, yeah.
He's such a nagger.
First time we heard it, she talks about, what? Mice? Okay.
Of mice
The
and men?
gurgle was when she was on the 911 call. I don't believe there was a gurgle. How do you have a gurgle when you've been dead for like 6 hours?
Oh, no, your body makes noises.
Really?
Oh, yeah, there's gases and stuff like that get pushed out.
You know about this?
Well, not from personal experience.
We seem to.
No, just...
Sure there was no method. I don't
Right, they're
know
going to
what's
show
going
the
on.
stream on my prosecution.
They will. 100%. There's going to be so much
Yeah.
evidence against you.
Thank you.
So again, so I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in and then walked out. I grabbed my phone and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
Okay. The first time you woke up this morning, did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
No. Most of the time, like, I'll wake up, but because he nor I have a job, I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house is clean. There's nothing else that we can do. Me thinking he's
My
on a laptop
husband
looking
cleaned it.
for jobs, I can't use a laptop. So most of the time, I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
So do you have any idea what time you woke up that first
Pause.
time? What time it may have been?
Can you go back 15 seconds?
Sure.
20 seconds? Like, I need to go to bed, but this part is so good.
I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because
I'm
the
not
house is
bad.
clean. There's nothing else that we can do.
House is clean.
Me
by my
thinking he's
hubby.
on a laptop looking for jobs, I can't use a laptop. So most of the time, I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
Pause.
So do you have any idea?
I'll just, I wake up, I can't use a laptop because my boyfriend is being responsible and looking for gainful employment, as one does.
As one does.
And so I simply lay in bed after I waken up from my drunken stupor and simply collect my thoughts. My thoughts are very important to me, as you may know. And I prepare for the lovely oncoming day. What do I need to do today? What chores do I have? My husband already cleaned my home and my boyfriend's home, so I don't have to worry about such endeavors because that's been taken care of, thankfully. So I guess all that's left is to go to the store and buy some alcohol and find out where my silly boyfriend's up to. He better, if he is not looking for a job, I swear to God, I'm going to kill him.
I'm just gonna kill him. Dali, what have you been doing for the last half hour?
Dicking with my ice maker.
Yeah, okay. Not partaking in some wine.
It's a Chardonnay.
It's a Chardonnay. Right, let's keep going.
What time you woke up that first time?
Do you want me to go to
What time
bed?
it may have been?
No, stay.
I don't know if you guys
I'm
have
gonna say 11 something. 11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on a laptop. So let him look for jobs on a laptop, and then usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. But we can't recall which time. Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or collecting your thoughts?
Brian, because I was supposed to have my son today to pick him up from school.
And needs
Brian
child
calls to
support.
make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I type job interviews.
Right.
Are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called like maybe 3, 4 times, maybe 5, I finally answered, and that's like.
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them.
Because he's notorious for going at my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right, yeah, okay.
And to do whatever
Pause.
he needs to do day-wise so he can schedule around it.
It's true, right?
I realize my hubby is calling me about our son's important whereabouts. And I know he wants me to go pick him up, even though I'm about to be woken up and I'm in a drunken stupor. But hey, he wants me to go get the kid. It's important. I'm just going to ignore the first few calls. Because, yeah, but it's important. I know he needs to know. She's got a lot to do. She's got a busy schedule. She's got interviews with police and all sorts of Chardonnay to buy. What more?
Chardonnay. The
What
big
more
bottles
do
too.
you want from me? I got my 1.75 liter.
Interviewing a bottle or 6 of Shardy. Shardy. We call it Chardonnay here.
Chardonnay.
Chardonnay.
Some
Were you
fancy.
upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. and had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him. And was
Couldn't find him, looked outside, couldn't find him anywhere.
He wasn't in the bathroom. I was trying to make he's in the bathroom. But then I came to.
And then
with the
you,
suitcase.
And then you called Brian.
Yes.
He came over.
Yes, he came over.
That's down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out. He called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Right. Okay.
Oh, poor Owens.
And then we arrived.
Like, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, the whole thing is, the whole, like, teeth losing thing, and I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. He and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments?
No.
Nothing? Okay.
And the thing with him, though, is, which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing out about a job, of course. Which we've talked about. So what I did was start
Oh no, is he fired from
having him do
Ace?
puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him about saving
Pause.
money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Pause. My sweet Jorge, he is so stressed out. His only gainful employment is at Ace Hardware, the helpful place. But you see, it actually was not so helpful, as we will soon find out.
No.
We
I
will
didn't
soon
know that's
find
their slogan, the helpful
Yes, it
place.
is.
So there you go.
I
Thank
can
you.
get the ad.
No,
And
that's fine. We're not being sponsored by them yet.
Okay, we'll slap that banner on after this stream.
Yeah.
He needs
So he was
gainful
stressing about
employment.
that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what
he had a
noticed
job.
on the wall in there. It's all of our artwork and stuff. So I don't know.
Gotta show up.
I mean,
Okay,
music,
pause. Oh,
art,
God.
and
What kind of shit? What, as a man, a fully grown, well,
Kind of fully grown man.
as a man,
manlet.
as a manlet,
Yeah.
what kind of self-respect do you have for, like, your lady friend?
Hmm.
Honey, I know you've had a long day. Let's do some arts and crafts. Would you like to make a scrapbook? Maybe do a little jigsaw puzzle. I got one
I'll
of
show
a
you where
job
to put it.
application. Would you like to go packing for a vacation? You're stressed.
Yeah. I'll show you my packing tips.
Do you like Tetris?
Tetris.
playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs. And then decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
You won.
How often do you guys play hide and seek?
Gosh, that was maybe third time? Maybe.
Okay. Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times in total in your relationship you're talking about?
Lately.
Lately.
Because again, like, we were puzzled out.
You were puzzled out?
So, why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around what time you guys started playing hide and seek?
Honestly, I don't.
Do you remember if it was dark out?
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark. But my thing is like when I spend time
It was
with
2
him,
bottles of wine
I
dark.
try to get him to start doing it. I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're having a good time. I don't need to know what time it is.
Right. I didn't know if you were like on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that at?
I don't know without looking at my phone.
Okay.
But
would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
I called Lucas. I talked to Lucas. He's my son.
Okay.
I always call him.
Morning?
No,
It's
it
the
was
first time
evening.
for everything, Marsha.
Okay. I'm just trying to help you, like, remember as like something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame, because that's important for us to know. You want to be able to tell the doctors that.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime, his daughters before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters?
I know I talked to Lucas, but then we talked to the daughters afterwards.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't remember if she called us. No, I know he called Cookie. But yes, we called her.
What are the 2 daughters' names? Or just one? Did you say one
He has
daughter?
3 children. It's Anna,
His
Cookie,
kids?
but her real name is Destiny. And then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call though yesterday? Who did you call?
His growth isn't
And what is
stunted.
Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres. I guess she remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay, so you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Wasn't
Approximate.
really. I hid upstairs. In
Good
the
thing the
shower.
house was cleaned by their her husband, or they could
Came
have done
downstairs because I
that.
was trying to hang out in the shower.
Okay.
So that's when he was playing around in the suitcase. So
Oh my, that was great.
because
They were playing around the suitcase.
that, oh yeah, well I'm gonna zip you up. You didn't come look for me. So again, it's a broken suitcase, but
What do you mean by broken?
it's only got one of these. But because I didn't zip it up all the way, he was doing the.
I think
You
it
mean
worked
it
pretty
doesn't
well.
have like the pull part?
Correct.
Okay, but it
No, it's got. I think it's got a. What do you call it? A paper clip.
okay. So the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close is missing.
It's
but
defective.
You think the paper clip was on it, you said?
There is a paper. I believe there's a paper clip on it because I know that the
There
last
would
time
be a
he used
civil
to, like,
suit
help us
against
well,
Samsonite.
fingers in there
Nope.
and
Right, yeah,
Wrongful
yeah.
death.
it itself, which is why
It
I
was
got-
that damn gorilla.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his finger, his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, 2 fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring he'll get it. But then I wanted to go upstairs and waited for him, and eventually I guess I
Interesting.
fell asleep. I had the dogs in the bed with me, was warm,
There's the
and then
culpability.
fell asleep.
So you guys are joking, he's in there, you said you could see 2 of his fingers?
Yes.
And then, like, you just decided, okay, I'm gonna go upstairs now, or?
Because I figured he would get out and then go upstairs and have intimate relations like we normally do. But I fell asleep.
Okay.
And he never came upstairs. So again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on a laptop earlier today. And then remember.
She thought he was going to come up and give it to
So,
her.
is this something that do you guys play hide and seek before you have sexual intercourse, or do you guys just play hide and seek because you're bored and you're just trying to pass time?
We were again, puzzled out. Can't paint anymore.
Well, makeup
Even start the
sex.
curves in the art that's on the wall now, so.
That's kind of an important detail. Yeah, she thought that they were going to have sex afterwards. It was a foreplay game. Ha!
Permission to publish 19?
You may.
Hey, that's
I
yeah.
missed the
Today's
foreplay part.
date is
Yeah.
February 24th, 2020.
She's
The
a
time
kinky
of
mix.
16 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case
She
number
thought. She said she thought he was going to come upstairs and they were going to have sex.
20-017-904. My first recording.
Babe, I'm waiting.
On a separate digital recorder. The memory became full and we could no longer record. But
That's
I'm
another
in
form
my
of hide and
unmarked
seek.
agency vehicle with, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone.
And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside in my unmarked agency vehicle outside of 4748 France Lane, number 3 in Winter Park, collecting a statement from Sarah. Okay, Sarah, just for recording purposes, because
But
it is
okay,
technically
let's just on that for a second though. Like that is completely against the self-defense thing, right?
Yes.
So that is terrible for her current case. Like, if she, like her saying that she thought that he was going to come out of the suitcase and just come upstairs and they were just going to shag.
Make love.
Make love.
Don't be
Like
be crude.
Oh, sorry. Like they normally do. Just like they normally do.
Yeah, they get it on.
Yeah. So that is terrible for her current case because supposedly he was, if she had allowed him to get out of there, he was going to kill her.
Yeah.
Right? So her stating in the moment that she was kind of hoping that they would get it on like usual, then yeah, that's really bad because she hopes he would get out.
Yeah.
She hopes he
If
would
only
get
she
out.
could help.
Yeah.
Now, in theory, if there is a self-defense issue, there has been like 1 or 2 cases where somebody does self-defense, kills somebody,
Yeah.
and they're just like, it's been a long day. I'm just going to go home. I'm not going to call the police.
Yeah.
And then they later get picked up, arrested, charged, found not guilty, even though they didn't call the police. She's lying here. And with self-defense, credibility is everything. So
The only thing I have to say about all of this in any way that it could be argued to be defensible is that in these days following, she is so A, shaken up, and B, has no idea what to say and is just saying what she thinks the cops want her to say.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, totally.
And because the whole situation's so crazy and unbelievable.
Totally.
That she's just trying to say something for them to leave her alone. But
it just
and therefore is lying.
Yeah.
Because he did say, like in the opening statements, Owen said she lied.
Yeah. He went with it. He acknowledged
Doesn't help
it. No.
much, but
Well,
she does. She lied. Yeah.
he comes forward, so it's better than nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, what you said, Marsha, Owens also said in the opening that George would force himself on her intimately.
Oh, I can't
It
wait
doesn't
for this.
really
Well, no.
line up with this what she's saying here, though. That we'd usually have sex afterwards. So
Yeah, I think
that's
tomorrow
not
we'll
the same as
hear
forcing.
about from Sarah all the big things.
Yeah, she's saying what she thinks will get her out of trouble, and the defense will try and make out like that excuses the lies, and you may buy that if she no hear me out.
No.
The jury may buy that if she's convincing enough and the defense puts on a good enough argument for Barrett's bowel syndrome. It makes him look like a very abusive man. I doubt it.
It's just
I really doubt it.
You need
but
you need
possible.
honesty and a truthful defendant like George Zimmerman, for instance, was told by police that there was video of what happened, the incident, from a
narrative.
Is that confirmed?
Who said that? Really? I don't know.
I don't see
know about
why she
that.
would need to, unless
I
she's
don't know
told
about that.
multiple things to him.
He would need to confirm that he's not willing to question her.
I don't like narrative.
Yeah, narrative means that.
no.
Yeah, that means that he would be
She-
doing something unethical by questioning her.
And basically,
So-
Sarah Boone goes on the stand and spurgs out.
We'll find out. We'll find out. But yeah, I'm not sure about whether that's confirmed or not. Unless you know something.
Yeah.
Carla?
No.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to say the time that it stopped prior. We have not talked anything further, not on recording.
Correct.
Okay. And you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So I think I asked you, my last question was, and I'm not sure if you may have answered or not, but my last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun, and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing,
No.
or it's just because
Just
you were
being silly.
Okay. But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night?
No, not every single night.
Okay.
No.
Um,
We're not 20.
But I mean,
Did you think it was gonna happen last night?
Yes.
Did you guys talk
Oh,
about
yeah.
it, or you just
No.
assumed like, oh, we're probably gonna have sex tonight?
yes.
Okay.
Which is normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything, yes.
Okay.
We just have a good time,
Okay.
just enjoying each other's company.
And so,
Artwork makes us Randy.
at any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Sarah.
Did you
Keep
make
me in
any
here.
jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, and I know you had said that you were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you. Did you make any jokes about, oh, okay, well,
No.
now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Or, okay. But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't gonna play, you weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
She's very bad for Sarah.
Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on? Like if
It's, okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right-hand side. 'Cause I've got
He sleeps on the wet spot.
Got his kids' pictures over here.
Okay, so you're
So towards
closer to
the
the
wall.
door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side.
Oh God! Don't bring up his.
And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the bed?
I slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed and then there were like 3 up against the closet. Are those his pillows and he brings them into bed or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice. But I'll make the bed, excuse me, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Mouse cage?
Okay.
So, but what I'm
Mouse
saying is
cage?
that normally I'll fix up upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix up the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the 2.
You 2.
Okay. Well, it's the 2 white ones, king-size ones, when we watch movies, we'll put behind the white one and then the third pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep or do you each have one, right? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so you just basically did finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are
Poor
up against there's like 3
He
correct.
took his glasses off.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes, because I'll move all the pillows off and then I'll shake out the bed and then put everything back together.
Okay. Okay. And
Picked the wrong week to quit cocaine.
did he say anything to you while he was
Oh.
in the suitcase?
Too soon.
I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like, I'm telling you.
Just anything that he said, like.
We were laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Did you tell him you were going upstairs, or?
No, I did not. I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line, was it all gone at this point?
I was in my sexy lingerie.
I think so.
Okay.
My boongerie.
Is it,
Lingerie?
at that point, I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that
I was
you
competing
were
for
under the influence
Miss
and he was under
Bikini
the
Coast
influence, or-
International.
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
That's why she's friends with Shoki.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening.
Oh,
So, I mean,
sweetie.
we weren't like inebriated where
Denial isn't just a river in Egypt.
you could still, I mean, we were compass mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compass mentis.
Okay.
You have to explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he had
I
our
know
plan.
Latin.
This is a trick question. You're at your home, you're consenting adults. If you're drinking, say you were drunk. There's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Neither one of us were drunk.
Okay.
We were just
I'm just trying
at
to
the
let
giddy
you know
stage.
from.
Sweetie, people are
That's
judging.
what it was. Listening to music and dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol level will show us at the autopsy as well too. So, we have that as well.
Suffocation.
Okay, so
There was no ill will between the 2 of us last night.
No ill will.
yeah.
None.
Well,
When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
he was dead, so he couldn't have any will.
Maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both are stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down, and he thoroughly enjoyed his job and everybody he worked with. But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas and groceries.
Okay.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me,
Right online.
been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were
Pause.
doing in the painting.
Okay.
You know I love you, Sarah girl. You know I've been on your side. Hell and me, we've been teammates. We've been on your side. I'm just saying, you're having issues with money. I get it. I have issues with money too. No judgment. But maybe buying a new puzzle for your boy toy isn't at the top of the list, unless that puzzle is a job application. Then okay. But I'm just saying.
Remember how Brian referred to George as that George person? Remember? In the body cam interview out the front, the very first time that he was interviewed. He goes, and this George person, yeah.
Well, better than George Body.
Yeah, it's true. He wasn't a big George fan. Can you blame him?
Yeah, check, please.
Yeah, can you blame... Like, he wasn't a big fan, but he said he doesn't really like to be around either of them. That was his wording. Like, he wasn't a big fan of either of them. Yeah, he kept giving her money. Brian is a bit of a star, right? He has
simp.
money. A simp, really. Like, he a bit beta, really. Like, he kept giving her money. He kept sort of enabling her lifestyle. And I'm not really sure why. I think he's just...
Because of his son.
Because the son,
he wanted
she's
his
the
son
mother
to
of
have
his
the
child. And I think that's just the way he sees it. He just wants to make sure that she's around.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I think I would not be surprised if he's still kind of on her side. I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't think he is after. Well, we'll see. But
We'll see.
yeah.
Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day and we would have a glass of wine and then kind of start our
A
evening
glass,
kind
a
of thing.
bottle,
And
4
so-
bottles.
But then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside. And then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles. And then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing, tag your it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
It's honestly whatever it is we can afford. Which is why
Whatever we can
used to
afford.
drink. Like liquor,
Spoken like a true alcoholic.
months ago.
Right.
Which is why we have the wine.
Okay.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese. And what was it that I ate? I think I made a sandwich. And some chips.
You guys would have to go
That's
out
a
there
good
and
point,
eat
Chloe.
dinner?
Yes.
What kind of puzzle?
Like a sandwich, or like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you had pork ham? Like a ham?
I made a pork one the other day for him and Lucas. And they were leftovers, so he
had that.
He made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had there's ham in the
Ham sandwich with chips.
A pork loin.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep
Yes.
in the same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes. But because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for
Is that you, Hella?
half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And then would come
Oh,
upstairs.
okay.
And
Oh, I was
would
hoping
watch
that was a
movies
video
together
in court.
Until it was just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night, when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like, do you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me, myself? No. I mean, I'll go upstairs, maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
I just got in the bed with the dogs.
Okay.
Waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you?
And I'm still waiting
I
to
would say
this
that
day.
Yes, he knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am, which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean,
Vampires.
not out of the ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Well, Sarah had a busy day.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally, I dozed off, warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him.
I love a woman who can't count time.
I didn't even bother to turn the TV on. Just got in the bed.
This is different. Like, this sounds really different to the way she's described it in other places.
I would go upstairs because I'm
Like,
tired.
she just dozed off.
Like, I'm mentally exhausted. So,
Well, she's trying to deny she's an alcoholic.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, he has to be at work by 8
at
o'clock.
other times she
so
sounds like she just passed
usually
out.
wake up at like 6:30ish if I don't have lupus.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe. Well, he did some odd job stuff up there, but I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
Tell that to my ex.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
You are so scarred.
And during that 2 week period, does he
I wasn't
maintain?
talking about her.
Just his body naturally wakes up early, or does?
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys. Like lightheaded. Like I feel really weird right now.
Oh, do you?
No, I'm sick. Just I don't know.
Do you need food?
I haven't even fed my dogs today. The mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop, and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
So it wasn't when you woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there?
What
You
do you
didn't wake up this morning and go, oh, where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And it's downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like, he just would break off, he lost a whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how his chest, and I'm blaming it on stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what
She
the
keeps
is.
saying
I know
his
it can't be a good
chest.
sign.
Yeah.
This is okay.
You said an
Pause real
argument
quick.
that he had a bunch of.
I'm sorry, I have to go soon, but she keeps bringing up his chest, which Owens brought up earlier.
Yeah.
Now, at this point, she doesn't know she has the video.
No.
She doesn't know positional asphyxiation, supposedly.
No, apparently not.
Maybe she's trying to say it's a heart attack. That's what she thinks.
Oh, like, remember on the body cam outside the house, she was like, I don't know if he had an aneurysm or something.
Well, yeah.
She was trying to come up with other reasons why he possibly died in the suitcase. Like,
Okay.
you know, comorbidities.
Fair. Okay. Anyways.
Um,
sorry.
Also, I was just wondering, does anyone know if the jurors are allowed to take notes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
They
they
are.
can.
Yeah.
Can they bring them into deliberation? Do you know?
I'm sure.
That's not always the case. That's why I
No?
ask. No, of course not.
I thought they always did. Why else take notes?
No, I mean, in Murdoch, they weren't allowed to bring them in.
They could just...
I mean,
no, they
it
couldn't do
depends on the
notes at
judge.
all.
It's some courts they take notes, but then they have to hand them in
Really?
before they go into the deliberation. Some courts they
Okay.
can't take notes at all.
Murdaugh had no notes, so...
Yeah. Okay. Well, it differs. Like, you can take notes sometimes and just not bring them with you. Yeah, a reason I ask is because with what Marsha just said, for example, she says she knows she went up to bed at midnight because she saw the time on the clock, meaning she was downstairs with George in the suitcase for at least 45 minutes. Yeah, like by the time they all get into deliberation, assuming one of them noted that,
Yeah.
then that may or may not end up in the jury room. that piece of detail. So I'm just wondering, and that's a big deal. Like if she sat down there for 45 minutes watching him say those sorts of things, that's nasty.
Facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery?
Yes.
So he and his brother got into
Yes.
a fist fight?
Oh my gosh, it was horrific, yes.
Was it, I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother hit him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like, he's...
Is possibly that's what caused him
Gorilla?
to get messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw?
Just his eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose too.
Okay. Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No.
So,
okay, so when they fixed the sockets,
is Mo more than a manlet?
You couldn't tell that they'd been damaged?
I
A gorilla.
but his children
So what
recognize
is
it,
like,
where
I
they say
don't
it doesn't
know,
look like the same guy.
110 pounds?
But to me, I've never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes.
I have to go.
Bless you.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, guys. It's
Have
been
a
fun.
good sleep. See you in chat, maybe.
Yes. All right.
You said
Bye.
he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times. Where I'm just blaming it on stress. But again, I kept trying to encourage him with or without money, go to a walking clinic.
Yeah.
You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we were in the process of eating dinner, and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me, and a red flag, if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had for dinner last night. What is his dietary habits been lately? I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now, I don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average
He
weight.
eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight for the amount of food that he eats throughout the day. How he doesn't gain any weight.
He's got worms.
He and I and Luke is going up to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
He's got worms. Did their medical examiner test for a giant worm?
So way before losing his job.
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not going to say months. I can say at least a good year.
Ozempic?
And he eats like a horse.
And you said you don't know any drug history?
Since I've been with him and known him, he's never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. And when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs now.
You never know.
Your phone, is it password protected or touch screen?
It's password protected.
Does George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing. His
face will
recognition.
on it.
Okay.
He does the face thing. Now hang on.
And the only reason why I have that is because I lost 2 phones previously where I can't. Before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Succubus.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight.
Okay. How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
Because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
Like, you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes. You have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went into the shower around what time it was, looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it was after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. then? Was it between midnight and 1, or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George were no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase. You just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs,
Yeah,
thinking he'll just get himself out, and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then, I guess I dozed off. And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning. Because he gets out of bed before I do, most of the time.
When you put him in when he got into the suitcase,
yes.
Correct? So the suitcase now, if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the? If we're looking at it,
it's like this. His head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where.
Yes.
Like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's when the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And it's obviously, the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't say that I'm all the way.
So guys, I am putting a
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know?
I want
that
to
we haven't
know
asked
whether
you?
people in chat, hang on.
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened.
Really happy to play it, but if you have seen it and you don't care, then we will skip it. So the reason I'm asking is the interrogation has been online for the last, 2-3 years, and it's had millions of views. So if you, and that's why I also asked people in chat if there was anything new in it. So if you don't want to watch it, if you'd rather skip it, I'm happy to skip it. But I'm also really happy to play it too. So I just wanted to get a little bit of an idea from the people who are here in the chat. And if we do skip it, what I'll do is I'll come back to the stream later and I'll put a link up to the interrogation for people who are on replay so they can watch it if they would like. Let me know. Up to you. I do not mind. Let's keep going. Oops. Sorry. Let's keep
going. I don't know what happened. I don't know again if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. Like I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like he knows that's where my phone is. Or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So it's
right.
It's our phone.
No, I get it. I just
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
Okay. Did you bring it upstairs with you when you were going to bed?
No.
No. Okay. So it stays downstairs.
No.
Or is downstairs with him?
Yes, he's downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
So you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian?
Yes, because he calls back to back to back to back to back to back. Until I eventually finally answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But may I ask you though, because I was telling you guys about it earlier, like I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
I know. But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like.
And they get upset because of the drinking and just the things that we have gone through. And I know that they
Dali.
don't want him to be with me, but he and
Are
I
they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
probably.
Okay. Are they gonna tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has. Yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, people have their opinions. Okay, you can't not. There's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I've told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened and they're gonna think that it's your fault. But at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know we talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe. But at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course, we're gonna instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation. Well, your son's with Brian, and is gonna stay with Brian. So we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now, but nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off past history and what they think of you and how
They threaten me all the time.
Do you have proof, or is it all verbal? Like, would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay.
It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said.
Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
It's gonna be a shock. It's gonna be that everyone handles things differently. We're not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to
being
collapse,
upset.
and then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay. Well, who's gonna collapse? 'Cause I don't even know
His mom.
His mom. What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name, or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
And you said she lives around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he chose you over them, so when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Dali, big hug.
So if he goes over there, you do not go?
No.
But he did something with his brothers?
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
When he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
So they don't come, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
That makes
And
5.
Again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're gonna act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I have it inside. I know it's Valhalla Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this out here? Goldenrod?
Mm-hmm.
There's a Twisty Treat ice cream place on the right-hand side, and you turn down that road, and then you make a left, and then you'll see Baja, and you make a right, and their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
Okay. I'm gonna end my recording. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One quick question, just out of curiosity. I'm noticing your front door, it has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
Oh, I thought he was going to talk about the pineapple.
I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends our recording 17:47.
Yeah, whatever did happen to the pineapple, I wonder. Maybe it went to the next owners. Okay, Mr. J is up. And Mr. Cacciatore. Oh no, Chicken Dish is doing it.
While you were on the scene on February 24th, did you also make contact with Ryan Boone?
Yes, before I spoke to Sarah Boone, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to interview him?
Yes, I did.
Oh, here we go.
While on scene, did you also begin the process of examining the defendant's cell phone?
I did not examine it myself, but we have a waivers and affidavits form that has a consent portion on it. And so I did start doing the paperwork for that.
You obtained consent from the defendant in this case?
Yes, on scene to search through her cell phone.
And what time did you become aware of the videos on her cell phone?
So a digital forensic investigator responded out to the scene, and she responded out a little after 7 p.m. And I would assume she probably started doing, whatever she needed to do. And then a short time later, she came over and got my attention and expressed to me that I needed to look at something in her phone.
And these were the Suitcase videos, correct?
Yeah, they were 2 separate videos from the night prior.
When you observed these videos, what actions did you take?
When I observed the videos, I directed the digital investigator to stop processing and downloading her phone any further, and that I was going to write a search warrant for her cell phone.
Did you obtain that search warrant for her cell phone?
Yes, it was signed by a judge the next day.
And she was obviously able to finish the digital analysis, correct?
Yeah, she was able to get the full download as well. She had already gotten the videos downloaded the night prior, but
these coppers, how
she was
happy
able
they
to
would have
do
been when they got those videos.
whatever she does to get.
They would have
full
been
download.
like,
In the course of your interview with the defendant, you were relayed information that I guess she had gone to Publix the previous day. Is that correct?
In the interview?
Yes.
full sideshow.
Yes, well, I'm sorry, in the interview that we just listened to about going to Publix?
In the course of speaking with her, did you learn that she had gone to Publix?
Yes, I was under the impression that that George had gone to Publix.
Did you follow up with that Publix for surveillance video in this case?
Yes, I went to the Publix to gather surveillance video.
And were you able to find that video of them at Publix the previous day?
Yes.
Your Honor, request permission to publish States 2.
You may.
oh, we haven't seen this, huh? I bet she's a narcissist. Beautiful waterfall. A narcissist. Oh dear. But I love to overdiagnose.
Ma'am, I'm first going to show you the video taken from Publix on February 23rd, 2020 at approximately 12:15.
Do we really need to prove
PM.
that they went to Publix? Hang on, is that Detective Koppel? That looks like her. Was she there too?
Could you please identify the victim and the defendant on this video?
This is the defendant, and this is the victim.
It's aliens.
You can advance the video.
That looks like Detective Koppel. Look. Look. Look, go back. Look, that looks like her. Look. Look, cat there. That looks like her. We're all... This is how Florida murders start. No, the pregnant woman. Is she wearing shoes? That is the question. Is Moses there in one of the aisles waiting for a little smooch from Sarah? Yeah, could be. Oh dear. If only they'd just, gone for a walk on the beach somewhere. Everything would be fine.
Do you see the
Their
bottle
life
of
would have
wine
ended up
that
perfect.
was purchased in this video?
Yeah, it's right there.
Hey, man.
We could move on to the publication of the second surveillance video.
Stop showing this. Americans are not all fat. Clearly not. There's a manlet there.
Can you
There
identify
are a lot of fat people, though.
Mr. Torres for us in this video? Is that the second bottle of wine?
No. Where's our Mavka tonight? Mavka is by far her biggest fan. Oh man, and a manlet.
In the course of your investigation, did you also interview individuals from the apartment complex while they were living?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to also interview their neighbors?
Hey, we're down to one student.
Yes, I did.
Did you interview Juan Torres?
Yes, the following day.
And did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, the following morning.
Your Honor, may I approach with the defense?
Yes.
May you approach with the defense, I guess. Oh, let's just get through these sidebars.
In length. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time.
Okay.
Similar instruction that I've given you over the last few.
Nice seal. Arp, 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 arp. Let me have a look at how the poll's going actually while we're waiting. 65% says skip it. 35% said play that thing. Since we have some new people here, I think we'll play it. We'll go it on fast speed though for fun. So let's do that. Boop, 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 boop. So we've got non-intentional. We'll make sure it's like able to be heard. But I did want to give people the option because I know that a lot of people have seen it quite a few times, but it's still, as Chloe Albert's Revenge said, it's one of those things that you can't look away from. Train crash.
Depositions that we're going to be taking this afternoon of the defense witnesses that were recently noticed. I do have some concerns about the court having indicated to defense that if we had reports, things of that nature, we should share those with the state to the extent that those reports were generated by our investigator there, potentially work product privilege. And so we're happy to work with the state, cooperate with the state, give them what we can, but I want to expressly state that we are not waiving the work product privilege by providing whatever information we can to allow this process to move forward.
Understood. I'm not seeking to have you turn over anything to the state that may be protected by any attorney-client or work product privilege. My takeaway was there's something that could be provided. If it can, fantastic. If it can't, the court's ruling from previously still remains. Since we have an opportunity to revisit our list during the lunch break, did you have an opportunity, Mr. Owens, addressing the USB to CD conversion for any evidence to be provided or sought to be introduced by the defense?
My understanding is that Mr. Billy Lane was going to go to Staples or somewhere and purchase one of those DVDs, CDs, or whatever it is that makes the conversion. So we anticipate it will be done.
Okay, excellent. All right. Anything else we need to address then before we bring back in our panel state?
Not for the sake.
Defense. All right, let's stand and bring back in our panel.
He was talking about not compromising attorney-client privilege in order to hand over some product, but he didn't say what product that was. But then the court was like, no, we never asked you to. So clearly it's a non-issue anyway. I don't like Beck. When I say I don't like him, I just don't like his courtroom presence. So I'm pleased he hasn't had any real part in this so far. One brave student left. I gotta say, of all the
to recognize our jury.
trials they could
Defense, to
come
recognize
and
our
watch,
jury.
this is a
I thank you. Y'all can be
fantastic
seated.
one. Like, I mean, we're joking about it being terrible.
Members of the
for
jury,
them,
again, if you could just raise your hands to comply, confirm you comply with the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. State, you may continue.
Great. They should all be there for the whole time.
On February 25th of 2020, did you set up a follow-up interview with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that was after you had attended the autopsy that morning, correct?
The interview, the follow-up interview
Whereas
was to be conducted
there's a bunch
after
of
the
trial
autopsy.
nerds in there who
Not
are
necessarily set up, but
flying
it
there
was to be
for clout.
conducted after the autopsy.
I apologize if I misspoke on that.
Sorry.
Was that interview recorded?
Right.
Yes, it was, audio and video.
And where did that interview take place?
Central Operations at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as states S and shown to the defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states S. Tell me, do you recognize that
States
disc?
S.
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is this disc?
This is the follow-up interview conducted on February 25th, 2020 at Orange County Central Operations with the defendant, Sarah Boone.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the interview that took place between yourself and the defendant?
Yes,
And is that your initials on this disc?
it is, yes.
And you had an opportunity to review it prior to coming forward today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states S into evidence.
The only objection is from the previous trial issues.
The state will, or court will receive an evidence that was pre-marked as states S over objection as states Exhibit 20.
It's a bit messy over there.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Momentarily. Members of the jury, I have an instruction to read to you before the Exhibit 20 is published to you. Members of the jury, you are about to view and listen to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view, listen to, and consider this evidence.
Okay, speed her on up now. Go what, 1.75? Let's try that to start off with.
Sure. So obviously, you're seeing the autopsy. So I'm going to read you your right hand because we have to talk about that and talking about the incident. We have to do it. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. This is the exact same thing. This is I'm asking you follow-up questions. I need to read them to you, okay? All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything negative to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want to, so he's got scratch marks to his back. I know that's okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you get hit and then you have to get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. If someone hit you or something like that, it's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little. Okay. I've also too. I just fell off my son's bike. Okay. So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the halting. So do I. Okay. What about the scratches? And there's also sex. Yes. Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across. I have no idea what that's from. And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago, or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up. So when it was in all honesty, we have not gotten into it. Okay. That's why the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to ask you anyway, are scratch marks on his back. Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I had my son over the house too, so. But your son was there when was he last there? Oh gosh. My understanding is there was last Tuesday. I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so. Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period. So you're talking about day before yesterday? Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior. Correct. So we're talking about Sunday. And that's why I'm thoroughly confused, because we had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine, and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me, that I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody. He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head, his skull. I have no idea. There's something hit him. I have not touched him. I have not touched him. I have not touched him. Tell me, we'll both know. I have not touched him. Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did a buccal swab, did they go under your fingernails? No. Okay. Are you willing to let us absolutely swab underneath your fingernails? Go for it. Okay. I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days. It was a good day. Even considering everything that's going on with our jobs, life in general, and life and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where it's coming from. Yeah, I know last physical was probably, you said, a month ago, where you got the injury, right? You said a few weeks, give or take, yeah. A few weeks. That was the last, physical altercation between the two of you? A month ago, it was occurring around. Yeah, occurring around. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either. Well, we've been good. I don't know if, since the last time he got out of jail,
Like, we've been good. He's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So,
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
the probation officer,
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I sleep, I go over there. So,
Right, you're saying that you guys will be good, and when I asked you yesterday, there was the last incident that you can remember was the current one incident, which you said was a month ago, so, give or take. Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk. Like, I don't know if y'all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I've taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything. Okay. So you all will see in my pictures, split fingers, split forehead, he split my nose. I've got this. Right. I don't know if I told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, really, really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards and into it. And it took me about the leg. Right. So it's.
And why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. I feel like I can help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've done every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. He starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else, or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend. That's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more previously, prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So if he literally, not literally, but has still come out of here. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful. And basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Spending money. How can I spend so much money? I don't have a job. And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the bank. It's trying to get him off of it so he don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Well, most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passed out.
Well, yesterday made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-complimented, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So,
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like, a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics, and you're not, you know. But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one of the better days that we had had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time.
See, dancing dog.
Being happy, kind of thing. He doesn't know, I had to get like, maybe 2 or 3 glasses of wine, and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you? Like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did you have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yeah.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left over. And then, that you guys went, well, I don't even know how the wine, how'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, is
I go there.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday?
No. So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is county walks to it. So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
So what did you do Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with us. So that's, it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus there's stuff that I don't have to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry until we'll run out and do whatever.
So where were you guys on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? I told us you were drunk.
No, I was not drunk. I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, okay, man, where I told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down.
Got you.
And another thing too is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music. And music that
Josh thinks he's so nice.
A little rough on the edges and like just, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will be the ones to start talking, which was fine because I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then said, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the couples, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, that dog, we're sitting there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers. while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. For me, I can sit here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out, or upcoming.
Okay.
So when your laptop is and I mean, and then it was, you said it was a good day, like, you guys didn't have any conversation about your relationship, you guys didn't go down like a rabbit hole, like with me streams, and you guys started hitting, no, can I tell you this? It made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say, with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's just, it's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because.
Talking about the money, jobs, daughter.
Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise though, like no issues, like did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about
like what's going on right now? Got it. I try to milk it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano, where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he's learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has been practicing communication, so he actually talks to me about things, and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like I have almost everything. Not to worry, just tell me, get it out of you. But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside, so we can do puzzles and painting, listen to music, or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room. And then start talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way.
You knew him better than he, what?
I helped him.
Himself.
I took care of him.
Aww.
I miss him a
You
lot.
did take care of him?
I miss him a lot. I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him? And I never stopped. I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now, and I'm still trying to help him. Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and I have no idea. You were the only one with him. 100%, right hand, Scott. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Oops.
You had mentioned that you take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general. Yeah, just documenting one point. But that was way before, I think the last time he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail. Right. But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered. Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I said, she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to talk about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personal when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes go. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what the ID stands for, Violence Intervention Program, and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And we'd always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. It's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show him, like videos, he would come home and say, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches, to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed. And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And when I tell you I love him, I love him.
When you have somebody, you have to.
Everybody tells me that. Oh my God, you're so good at all this property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves. I
would just tweet, and I don't know if you would like to see it on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, take him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times? I know.
The next day.
I know. Was that your laptop? What did I tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order. Okay. Because I was taking out his parents because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The one time, the last time, the father came out, and I waited, and just, not even, I don't even know if he knew he was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and started throwing out scraps, just throwing it, like the car was jostling, just throwing out my stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I did it 3 times, and he had nowhere else to go. They got fed up and said, no, either you're staying there or you're staying here. Because you're staying here at their place. It's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is, he pursues me. So I don't know if y'all know where Katie Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stay on top of his bike and come to he didn't know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come get off of work, you can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whatever it was. I started to feel like it was too much togetherness, and when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm gonna go ride my bike. I'm gonna go upstairs to get a book. But every waking moment he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just gonna be upstairs and watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that's what happens, we really do that. So what's for dinner? And then we cook together, and eat dinner, and then crawl in bed and watch a movie. You're talking about this is like recent, you kind of like fluffing, like one way. It was about like a little while. I know you're talking about, now you're talking about tension building up and I need space, so have you been feeling that way lately, or?
It's funny how when you start watching something on fast speed and then your brain just like adapts to it.
When I say a monster, she's a monster. Like, she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she's like completely berates him about money, about father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like the recent. But, which is why he doesn't bother calling anymore, because he knows she's going to answer, he's going to talk to her, so therefore he's going to talk to his daughter.
I wondered what you're talking about, Carla.
Made her talk to Goody. That's on my cell phone, she didn't see it. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. What does she have to do, though, with anything about what happened Sunday into Monday? Like, no, I'm just saying, like, previously, why the incidents, what happened is she played a big part in it. On top of job, money, and virtue and all that. Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anything else in the house?
No, there's since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you got upstairs? We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry. You started the activities around 4, you said? Yes, around 4:30ish, and then you just said that it was dark and you were playing hide and seek. And I'm just curious if you remember. But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was when I had to come inside. So we.
How much time do you remember what time that was? What she's asking?
You said you went up to bed around midnight-ish, fell asleep around 12:30ish, but those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight, so there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or like when we started to play. I didn't see it, yeah. Well, we went inside probably about half a day. We were around there too long, maybe about 6-ish. Then not for me, not outside. Like, well, we have 2 beach chairs around there, right? Just enjoy the weather. But it's starting to get dark and nasty mosquitoes. Yeah. So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore. All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, the big subject saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Started to top, paint, whatever. Maybe. Gosh, that puzzle, the person that's probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish. Did we go hide upstairs originally? No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, we're happy. What does this? Okay, tag your wrist. We're so okay, we know. Take off. That's what we did. And then you went upstairs, and then you didn't come up, and you came down. And the Suitcase was there originally because you guys were playing Domination, so it was there.
I can play it.
Have you guys ever played the
tomorrow.
like probably 3 times in your relationship? When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a Suitcase prior? No. Okay. So
That's
it was just
the
kind of like
joy
that
of being
problem
on
there.
recap.
And yes, and it was in play because.
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well, I mean, we were playing. No, I'm saying, I want to talk about hide and seek, which is a game. So the Suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you another CSI people stole our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit anymore, and that's hard looking at. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes and our shoes and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school. No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously, I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do? Absolutely not. Okay. We were actually this last thing right now thinking too high because we had a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So. Okay, so do you ever making any videos or maybe having any photos, videos that you remember?
I get mentioned so often. I'm
always
allowed in.
I think I took a picture of a dog. Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone. No, I have both. But you have the face and the password? Yeah, but he only has the face, correct? No. To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone. Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me. Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how do you have access? Step over your phone? Yeah, it's right down to your time. Okay, but how do you get it to his password protected? So he'll come get me, I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like, but he'll judge me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. Then he'll hold it while I'm cooking or something, do the facial recognition. Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he's the only other person that would use your phone. Yes, well, this is. Right. So Lucas wasn't there Sunday, guys. Right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday? Not that I'm aware of. Okay. I mean, I don't think maybe take a picture of them, the 2 Tess and the dogs, and Doors and them dancing, but I mean, or it's just Tess. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found. And
okay, this is the best bit.
Mm-hmm. You see?
Can you move it around? Go ahead.
No, I don't remember that. For everything you done to me. For everything you done to me. Your battery's not flashing. Oh, okay.
And then they have a boomerang moment. Tech issues that last for like 20 minutes. What is going on?
You had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked.
No.
Why did you say it like that?
I don't think you all understand who I am. Well,
tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You would not put somebody in a suitcase?
No, she's not.
Well, I couldn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for us to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
This is where she starts talking about how she excels at everything. She's an A plus
Wait,
student.
wait, came from your phone. Do you want to know what's on it? Yes,
She should fix their tech issues.
Is it on? She got how much I take.
Well, there's that.
I don't know how much I take.
If you watch back any of the YouTube videos of the interrogation, this is where like the
Well, it's
viewership
on your
goes
phone.
right up.
And you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long? 2 minutes.
No, it's-
For everything you got to me. Fuck you.
Sarah.
Fuck you. That's you. Excuse me. That's my name. Don't wear it out.
That's my name, don't wear it out.
Yeah, that's when you give me checking. I don't want to watch that for you.
Last time we talked to you, you said that you put him in the suitcase, you got 2 fingers hanging out.
I put them over. I put them over, and that's where it was.
There's 2 different videos, and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping in different positions, and him saying that he can't breathe, and you saying, fuck
So this
you.
is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it, it was flipped up. Right, it's flipped up normal, like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down. Right, this is telling me right now. So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later is flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table. Okay. Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front? I clicked it. Okay. My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. Well, that's what you did.
No.
But not intentional. No, you told me you went upstairs because what? You were ready for bed. Stop here. Okay, but show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because they're at the end. And his head's right here. Mm-hmm. So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this. But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
There's no hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you. I'm just showing you, I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video. I understand. He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing at the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like no, it's not malicious.
Well, same fuck you.
It's not malicious.
Then what is that?
What is fuck you mean to you? Well, like if I was talking like this, like, I get home everything but I like on it, so. My intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there. But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself out, but the video shows that I can't see his fingers, and then 30 minutes later, he didn't show, and I stand like that. Do you think he was joking? You told me he was laughing, and I'm like, we were, but the video, there's no work in there? Both of us were. So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to that? No. So it goes from funny to no longer funny, but I didn't know anyone laughing. But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like, so pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, I can't breathe. Sarah. George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like, he thinks that he's, what would me kind of thing, where it's like, I've never been locked in a suitcase, but now he's gonna get up, so. It kind of, I thought it was more crying wolf kind of thing. Okay. And again, like, but nowhere in there is he laughing.
I forgot about that bit, the crying wolf bit.
And you're the only one laughing. Okay. And you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad. No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can do this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like, no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't know the outcome of how and what he said. Well, I know what. You know what's on that video now? No. You remember making that video? No. Why don't you remember making the video? Probably because we were drinking. But you weren't drunk. No. Just because I went upstairs and, just because you're drunk doesn't mean that you.
That you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about it. You said you had his wits about you.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay. I understand where you're all coming from.
Well, we're trying to get sensitive. We're trying
We're trying to figure out the video.
We're listening.
I did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here in a minute. But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs. And my plan was also to leave him in the suitcase. So why didn't you come out? Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep. But why did you consciously think he's asking to come out? I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think was going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the suitcase. Wait for him to come upstairs. And then what did you do? I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody's not coming out.
Intentional. Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him? Maybe I shouldn't? No. When you that didn't cross your mind. That's like an assumption. Like, that's what you're thinking. Just,
we're asking.
It's the whole, it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't,
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, sir, I can't breathe. He's saying your name, and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, he is, nobody understands our relationship. This whole Suitcase thing, never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in the Suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in the Suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter, you come in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I wouldn't do that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So, I just...
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, it's, I mean, it's not that was not my intention. I don't have any idea what I said.
But by your action, that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much with somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you bring up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you, you couldn't breathe. And you verbally, several times, said to him, yes, fuck you.
When I
say cheating, it's on his thumb.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
Right, Justin? Just let it go.
I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe.
Damn coppers.
I don't know. This is.
What would you say if somebody told you? That
Corruption. That's what this is.
Something in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think, so you all think that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to like,
We're just, the video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It is not leading up, it's not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So-
And that's why we want to know.
And I don't agree
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
you don't think that I have thought about it?
Thought about the video or thought about?
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us what happened. And the video, yeah, I mean,
I'm not gonna say,
you thought he could get out on his
yes,
but the video shows that he can knock it out on his own.
but when I did it, I understood it was one finger.
From the outside.
But it had a hole in it.
Accidental, unintentional
And you're
self-defense.
claiming that
Yes, that's it.
that's what assisted you in doing it.
No,
That's what you told us.
when I had my sweatshirt, I thought it had a fingerprint on it. It's got.
She'll explain it all
Yeah,
tomorrow,
well,
guys. It's going to make complete
I-
sense.
You were able to do it from the outside. Very good. That's the way it was designed.
But you could
I
have
don't know
made
why
that too.
people are just like
I don't know how,
why wouldn't you have gotten
waiting for her to explain.
I don't know, like, I thought we saw, like, where the hole is. I don't know.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when I flipped over onto his right side, again, his head is closer to us,
She
facing the
always
video, so we
makes
should be able to see
perfect
fingers.
sense
And we don't
when
see
she
anything.
just let it
Like him
talk.
trying to unzip it, or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm just gonna go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this, or here's just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in the
She's
game,
in the game,
and then
how do we sleep? That's what happened.
But you let him out before, and you put him in, so why did you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. I mean, you obviously remember going back to your giving me a time frame on that, and you specifically told me that. But you
I
went
don't,
upstairs.
my intention is not going to happen.
Oh,
I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I'm sick. Especially with that. I thought I just
unfortunately, she's a 47-year-old woman. I don't think that Bronca's going to be on her
Remember this
side.
when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you did that. Now we see something totally different. And it actually showed you upset, and again, using derogatory terms to him, when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So, but my thing is,
we're assuming, we're not assuming.
but fingers,
I mean,
so it just happened to be
unless I
that
sort of,
whenever I was
you
doing
know,
fingers and whatever else it was, had just happened to not have that in it.
ask him really
And you also in the
nicely.
video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates, and you can see a hole. There's a hole. He's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole.
He eventually would have
Put
made
in
it
a
out.
good word for
How
us,
long you're
yes.
trying, he should have made it out. But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you just took all the way, and then, you know.
I did not zip it up all the way. Okay, cool. I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
This is terrible.
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally.
You know what? You might be right.
It was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible.
That was the
It was
one,
not
that's the one I used.
I would not do that to him or anyone else.
But you did.
That's
Not
not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't want to go to bed. If I'm being okay,
Hold
yeah.
on. How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got in bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
it's
normally do
not
when you
what
go to
I
bed? What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is it then for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go
But
down
obviously,
to
I
what?
tell you that. Like, I
You go
didn't know
down to
that.
what? Okay? You got telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this, I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yeah, you can tell you I've been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't
if
breathe?
I weren't, if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Or it's like, come in, I'm gonna sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To
I'm not
portray
trying
it?
to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I don't know how it's fine and dandy.
Everything was fine and dandy. You all know, okay, for me to tell you this, again,
Mind you, I've been without him for a day now. I don't know, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, handle the vital, intentional.
Okay. So you just
I didn't kill him.
You left him there to
I didn't need to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How was that not intentionally leaving him?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem. Because you
He doesn't. You don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes, and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed. You even moved it up. You admit to moving the suitcase like over. So you roll it up. Like it's not like I said wanted it to be like that. Don't. You wanted to be upside down. How do you get upside down? Right.
At this point, she's getting very frustrated. I mean, Sarah, and I feel okay, like crucify me, but I feel like she actually really didn't think he was gonna die. Now, that I know that he was saying, I can't breathe, babe, blah, blah, blah. But I think that she was so completely in her own head and oblivious and all the things, like drunk, all the things that it didn't compute in her head that he was gonna die. If she went up and went to sleep, that he was gonna die. I don't buy the self-defense thing. I don't buy the self-defense thing. The more I think about it, the more I'm just like, that's silly. I just don't think she thought he was going to die. I think it's as simple as that. And I don't know why they don't just go with that. I think that's the truth. I think it's the truth. The truth is the best way out. If the truth is exculpatory in some way, why not just go with it? I know it sounds crazy, and I know she sounds very vindictive in the video, but I also think she didn't think he was going to die. That's dumb, but I think it's the truth.
You guys are killing me right now. I just want you to hear me. That's how I talk to you guys all the time.
Yeah. That, Masha.
I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there. What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner? Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Ryan, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, I had to I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR, and then call you guys. And it was continually CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
And Dali, another one.
I don't know how, I mean, you can figure out the one you say, I thought you were going to get himself out, but that, he didn't, and you went there.
Like the weekend, he goes, another one.
But can I say too, I chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk around and check on him. No, wait 1 second, because I know, with you all, and then, you continually ask me, time frame.
Are you accidentally giving gift memberships because you fell asleep?
Maybe it was 10 minutes.
But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You
I thought you were, but what's calling again?
Okay.
I need
so
to
when he asked to be let out, what's your reasoning for not letting him out? When I was upstairs? No, when he's asking on the video, we asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why did you let him out? Well, number one, I have no idea it's going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one. Okay. Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes to show, man. They'll give you 5 minutes to show.
5 minutes to what?
Well, based on the video, one video is 11:12 and the next one's 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, I stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question. To be honest with you, I mean, no, just...
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you're good, this is what you make me feel like. See, and it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of it. It's awful, I know. It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again. Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You both.
I'm not asking time frame. I don't care about time frame.
So,
This guy saying,
my God.
You say, fuck you.
When, so, for a whole few minutes I was in there,
Justin.
11.
One video.
Well, in between the two videos,
Between the
11 minutes.
videos.
Yeah. So what's the first again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to do? There's obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out, you're like,
Again,
no.
it's the boy calling wolf.
Okay, but where's this game end? Did you say this is a game? You got
Obviously, like the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving it in there?
And it's not fair. It's not fair. You guys are trying to, again, oh, he's in there. Night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened. How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up the flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down.
And it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. Like, for all I know, it's 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, something he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left it there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write?
So my thing is, though, is what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed, kind of thing. But again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here in a minute. But then I go out.
But my question is why you just let him out prior to going out?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun.
I don't know.
Because it was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs. He had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. So obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys? So what is it you're trying to like? What are you trying to figure out? Why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why are you talking about? Why?
I didn't have any motivation. It was me. He and I having a great day, fooling around, being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and going hitting the bed, not going to sleep. Where it's like I'm tired now. I'm going to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a
Oh my gosh!
I
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like this is not fair at all.
Yes.
That you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come from?
If you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of the suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually, I'm guessing. I mean, I'm letting it on the line.
Let me know more.
So you guys are like assuming that.
You keep saying we're assuming, we're not, we're going to do anything.
But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No, the facts of what happened. We got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
So then it's like, oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired.
So that's what you told me on a court reported statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were assuming, you thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your way out. What's your favorite word to use?
Common sense.
You used it today, so to say that you guys were within your way. There's two empty bottles of wine.
Not the things I go to them.
I think you did.
Again,
There's receipts for the.
They were both purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you did. Because they weren't there the day before.
So what?
Two public receipts from yesterday. Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I
think it's receipts, so it's not even worth it.
So this is, so I don't know what you guys are, I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
But we're watching the video that after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes, that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
Yeah. No, you're getting it.
That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody brought you up there. You didn't float up the damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
I don't know what to tell you.
Isn't today Tuesday? Oh, right. No, it's your Monday.
Again, there was a hole in the suitcase. I inserted from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open. The video has been pushing up. If you could push it open, why wouldn't you grab himself? Why would you beg you to open it?
Okay. We can't breathe.
Okay.
If somebody can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So why would he start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way thick.
Okay. It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do. This is no way. He nor I. Nor. That's why this is. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it is. See, this is what happened. It's not fair that you guys just have to have those automatic. Like,
well, what about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
Really?
Like, really, that's what he's saying. You have injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because he and I have not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably gone to jail all this time that you went to domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because nothing would happen. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was better than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the because I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know like what's going on or like.
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us, we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay. Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's the one? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
So,
You guys are scaring me, so like I don't know like what to expect. I mean, I have questions of things that I need to be taken care of. Like I don't.
okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again, the reason that you know you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me. You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
I did not
I don't know what it is I need to do, or how to do it, or what to say, or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows everything that I've done for George, and love him, and continuously helped him throughout his life, with me, and made him a happier, better person.
Everybody has a limit.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has a limit.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good space right now, I'm gonna snap. Is that what while we're in a good space right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like. Which was how long ago? You said it.
She just said the magic words, not intentionally.
Yep.
That's problematic.
But that's not for being playful. But no, have a good day. No one's laughing with you. Everyone's having a good day. What's that?
I'm gonna clip that.
Y'all are making me outdated. I'm a person that I'm not. Or will I ever be? Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
It's worrying.
It depends. It's like well, you're sober now, so sober you. What about drunk you? Not, it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's, again, it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
That's
I have no
not
idea.
fair.
Well, nobody else is there, so nobody else is
I
there.
have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
You just slipped them in the
Nor
bag.
he.
You just slipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't actually flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that? Well, you
Good
told me to
question,
do
you
it. But you put it upside down. Right.
We had to put it upside down.
You can't get your suitcase upside down because the, oh my gosh. Nobody else is there.
You have videos showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows one, like she just said, you had been.
I'm pretty good at grammar. Ask me questions.
And it shows it on the other side with the minutes. You had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on its back again. So you had to.
I'm reading it like this, please. I'm reading it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious intent or effort was towards it. No malicious. I would say because I don't sleep.
Did she just snap her finger?
Last night I maybe got an hour. Right.
In your voice,
I forgot
the
that.
fuck you was very, very.
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common like, hey, God, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is going to think that. Okay. So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is. There's no maliciousness toward that. I would probably be calling myself that. My intent was not for that to happen. But he went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe he popped out, I don't know. Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, regardless, it's not really fair. It's waiting for him. It's not like you walk up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs. No one can take you up the stairs. You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out.
Well,
You go upstairs.
Justin, I mean in court, right? So back here, sure, she's acting like a fool here. Like, I get why people considered all of her behavior around this time, especially like in the days following the event, to just be stupid. She said ridiculous things. She contradicted herself. She acted the fool. Yeah, sure, arrogant. Probably not the first thing that bring to mind, but like a mean girl, kind of. That's more the way I describe her. But people have acted or reacted, I suppose, to her behavior in court kind of strangely, I've thought, in the last few weeks. I think she's behaved herself, actually, in court. And I think people are sort of looking back at the way they expect Sarah to act, and they're projecting that on her behavior now. And I think that it's kind of a confirmation bias thing. It's like, oh, Sarah does this, this, and this. We know that of her from the past. So therefore, if she like scratches her nose or smiles a little, she's smirking, she's acting arrogant. Whereas if you just seen this person, you wouldn't think that of her. That's what I'm getting at. So yeah, I do stand by it. I do stand by it.
It doesn't matter. So it's give a timer in your mind. It's okay. It's like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever. It just you're lying and like you're not you're lying about what? Now you're drunk. Oh, I never said I was drunk. Exactly what we did here today. That's okay. Everything was alcohol. You blame it on alcohol. Alcohol doesn't lie with people. Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
So you did that sober. You know anything left it down there sober?
I have already told those of you also that we were both drinking. Right. But you wouldn't admit that you were drunk. I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know. Yeah. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it pisses me off.
So what are you doing? I mean,
Body language reading is so annoying
this
to
is not,
me.
like, it's not cool. Like, this is not cool. But you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes. Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out. Okay, you did. Obviously not.
When somebody's begging for Becky saying,
But when you say that, but you have no torso. Like, again, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what? So if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you gonna open it, or is he 9, so he's not, really something to open it? That's my question.
Oh, you said you never put your son in a suitcase. You would have put George in there.
No, George got a suitcase.
And you lifted it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
That's what happened. You keep going with it. That's exactly what happened.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically saying it's a fact that that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotape them asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say, other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional.
Definitely agree with that. I think she's a
I love
sap.
George. Love him. To this day still. Love him. It doesn't do, it's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what, I've done enough for you at this point. I never give up on him. Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him. What are you checking up on him? Oh gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through. I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a lasting matter.
It was fun. All day.
Anybody look at it? I don't think anybody looked at the video, but George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son? Like why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
Because it's more about what you told us. It's because like, you guys are like trying the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you know. Like what's opposite? Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one. We were saying before that. Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
because you're screaming at him. He's like, get out. Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want to tell you. In no way, shape, or form, it's intentional. At all. Ever. Okay. Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails? Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna get that set up. Do you know that when you come back, I ask about it? So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I
was.
understand how your story changes so much.
How did it change me? Please help me explain it. Understand.
You went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I didn't think so. Like, I just.
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious.
Okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day. It didn't end well, obviously.
I mean.
I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was. Okay. Just not horrific. Because I don't remember seeing this video. Okay. How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I think he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's going on? Like,
here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember being in a suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does that make sense when...
See, that's the thing. Like, you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking stuff. You can clearly tell.
I've had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex that you were doing on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh, right.
Regularly.
Right. Yeah.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not...
These are your neighbors that live next to you. Your property managers are not who live next to you. They see you every day.
God.
You said that we said.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just, so. I don't have a problem. Okay. So, am I getting my phone back? No.
Not today.
What about losing laptop?
No. Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us the videos that we need to see on it, so we need to do our due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more in quotes intent to do what I did there, which was not intentional. And is that correct?
You're asking about your timing.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct. No, I'm not going to what you're saying. I'm not, you're. So, he's pretty up there. Do you all inform her or what do you call her? We don't have to inform her, so we'd like to call her again. Are you taking these on probation? No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I thought, I didn't know how it was. Legally, you don't tell his parents, and we don't go telling. We don't, I didn't even know who was reaching out through us, so no, I'm good. So same thing for classes. I mean, do that too.
Classes?
So, substance abuse class, and then boundary intervention. You know, we don't have to carry that. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death? She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now. So that couldn't have been something in the suitcase. Or no, saying I
That's
didn't
what,
get it.
that's what she's determining.
So
The one on the head, I asked her to have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. I'm leaving it at that. So I don't know if you all know how to do this, because so that's what I'm asking you. So are you all updating his parents today, or when you get final, whatever? What does it matter, what we tell his parents? Because we're gonna talk to them. Okay, I have to. But it's gonna go down to me. What do you mean? Like, so it's being put on me. Who said that? But I have to listen to tell them. We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy. Okay, so it's whatever.
Well, here's the thing. We had a little bit of last night, there's not said. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not very easy.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday, so it's Tuesday, right? Did we not meet yesterday?
You're a bit sleepy.
We met yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did you not meet yesterday?
Yeah, just a little bit sleepy.
Another question.
Really? Yes, on Monday. Okay. Got it. Perfect. So I don't know if I asked you guys, or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which not gonna happen. Yeah, probably terrible on you. How do you guys suggest me finding out about, That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we ask. We have no way of. I didn't know what happened. So.
It'll be up to them to make their own of what they want to do. She just told you, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're going to do.
I thought you can't even be released. So I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was going to call his former employees, whom he really cared for, and let them know. You can call whoever you want. I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring? It doesn't medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then.
They'll be released to the next of kin.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them, they're going to release it, we don't have any say in it.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what happening, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swab stain from pillow, suitcase. That will be sent off to Dali, what's from his mom, where they get testing. So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase. Why did you guys smell, you'll see it in there, that they call that, really good, and the sheet. And this is just his phone, my phone, and the laptop. So anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not a learning process, unfortunately. So what's next?
They're going to come and swab your fingers?
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like, what do I need to like? Do I need to be doing something or like?
Next in the long run?
I mean, like, so like,
well,
like I don't understand. Like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna like, because it makes it sound like to me like I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it, and a handful of other things I'm being accused of. Okay. So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up. Okay. So
don't worry, that's not
we're
going
still
to
in the
happen.
street, so we're, I don't know what I'm gonna tell you. So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole attorney thing, I've done whatever, so if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George, that's not the situation, but it's trying to depend on me. That was not my intent, but it's trying to depend on me. So however, or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do stuff, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. So that's why I'm asking what the next step is, other than me getting my nails swabbed. I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what. I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done, so I can. I guess stick up for myself. I mean, I think you're doing just fine. Okay, I just don't know what I did again. Show up and Lucas in the house. Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change. That and or me not just show up back home. I'm sorry, that or what? Me just not show up back home. That's what he's so happy that I stay over the house for that. He's so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever's blow over. And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell them? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, by the way, she did.
Videos.
I mean, what would you tell them?
I don't think it really matters what we're going to tell parents.
Oh yeah, it is the field of the fire. Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're going to go I'm not saying that we're going to go and tell them every single thing we have, but again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out. So it's just like you're making it sound like we're going to tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation. So let's just nip that in the butt right now. Well, that's what's going to happen. I cannot choose, but we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even. Right, so it's, you want me to like tell you exactly what I'm going to tell them? I don't know what I'm going to tell them, like you said about that. Just like you don't know what I'm going to tell them. I don't know what I'm going to tell them. So, can I do what I did last time?
Yeah, my phone is fine. This should be there.
No.
I get it. Look, I get it. That was really bad. So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true signal or not. I mean, if you're promising your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it means. I hope you take that to heart, please. And stop now that you said that again.
Right on line. I've always felt like that's what she was saying there.
I said no, I mean, visual representation is held up cases to play in the.
Don't mention the whole thing when I said this on into a suitcase.
As soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can reduce your phone, we will. We have no way, they don't tell you because we don't have control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think honestly, with everything else that's going on, it should probably be at the bottom of your list of words.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he has his laptop on.
Does Ryan not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal, there's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted, like updated. That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
I don't know. I can't. Like, I don't know what to tell you though. Like, what?
But you all have more information than I do, where it's like, yeah, you might want it, or yeah, you might want it.
Like, you have more information on what?
We told you everything that's happened. You know everything that's known. And most of it we got from you.
But, like I was telling her, like, yeah.
It doesn't feel like it, hey. Like,
which
I don't have
for
time.
my son's life was unintentional.
Is
So
there
that's why
resting
I'm
in the
trying to
morning?
figure out what I need to do for myself,
What's he got to say?
going forward with it, nonetheless, with his family. In order to also showing up with Lucas now.
We've already both told you that we need to be mindful in these situations.
So do I just bring it to her tomorrow? Or do I come back down here? I'll talk with you next time. I don't even know what I'm next. Isn't the report come out tomorrow?
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come report something, then
No, I'm talking about, his autopsy.
she's waiting and doing her follow-up, but
She's looking at him.
yeah.
But she won't be finished with him, because she's having further stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now? How long does the subject get back? The idea of the
You won't get back as long as stuff, we'll say.
I don't know about it.
I'm just I keep calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call me to see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
But my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in the position?
Yes, but you have to understand too. I
Just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in the position?
have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you ever done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional. We don't know why. But that's okay.
Really?
I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
Like Sadie and Penny. I wish you guys would feel that I'm that kind of person.
You're not assuming anything. Look what I said.
Like you said, you don't know me.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the thing. Not arrested, detained. She went anywhere, she'd be cuffed in a second. This whole idea of not being under arrest, being free to go, it's bullshit.
And so for me to have to live with being in the house and doing what I did is punishment enough.
They would have put her under arrest the minute she walked in.
I think if I hadn't said.
They hadn't.
And that's obviously.
They'll just make
So
her
that right there
feel
says
like she
something.
was free. So she talked.
Not my intention.
Like a cat's bum.
Nonetheless, I have to live with that now. Nonetheless, punishment itself.
Yeah, a tragic situation.
Yeah, of course they were ready to charge her.
I'm very alcohol.
And honestly,
Unfortunate that.
this happens a lot. Like, what was it? When people ask for an attorney, they put them into a jail cell and they let them wait and wait and wait and wait until like a public defender's available, and they just happen to let that take a really, really long time, and then they'll go, oh, you sure you don't want to talk? Where's my attorney? Where's this attorney? Oh, it's got to be, another 6 hours. It'll be a bit longer, make it take a long time. So the person feels like they will get out of there quicker if they just talk. Now that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen, but it's happened. It's like definitely happens. Definitely happens. It's wrong because the person has asserted their Fifth Amendment right. But yeah, it definitely happens. Anyway, let's keep going.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live with that now.
Yeah, she assumed she was free to go. She would be free to go.
There's always two.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
Just maybe different company.
You're fine. That was there yesterday. Let me see your photo.
Like the great majority of people, the general public, believe that if you've done nothing wrong, then of course you should comply with police and just talk to them. And unfortunately, that's absolutely not the right thing to do. Because if they have any way of making you the person who did it, they will make you the person who did it. Why not? And we can refer to Zachariah Anderson here because he talks to the cops. He had nothing to hide. He didn't do it, but he ended up being the person who went to prison for the rest of his life for murdering with intent somebody who he barely even knew and could not possibly have been at that location at that time. And hiding the corpse, which was never found. Let's not forget that. If you want to know more about Zachariah Anderson, please go to zachariahanderson.org. Or is it freezachariahanderson.org? Half Irish. Would you mind popping that in the chat? When you got a sec. He didn't even know someone had been murdered, no. But he spoke to the cops, which was, unfortunately, he thought the right thing to do. He thought the right thing. Kind of like Richard Allen. Kind of like Richard Allen. In fact, a lot like Richard Allen. Richard Allen currently on trial in Indiana for the murder of 2 little girls. The chances of him being guilty of that are slim to nil. But he did the right thing and he spoke to the police and said, I was there that day. He's been framed. 100% he's been framed. Yeah, it's not their fault they had unrealistic expectations of the interview. And now here we have someone who is actually guilty. And she's trusting of the cops and giving over her side of it, thinking, you know, if I just say that it was not intentional, 'cause I believe her that she thinks it was not intentional. She thinks that that's what they want to hear, and it's the right. She's more likely to get away with it if she just looks honest and complies with them. No, that's not how it goes. It's never going to help you. It's just never going to help you. Unfortunately, she just needed to be quiet. Also not take that video. But being quiet would have helped a lot. Thank you for that, Half Irish. Playlist for Zachariah. Just think about if they only had the video and they didn't have any of this, none of it. Battered spouse could have come in properly. Like, I mean, it could have been argued a lot more effectively. Because there wouldn't be all of this contradictory testimony. Yeah, it's free, Zachariah. Yeah, you would think he would advise her to call an attorney.
Okay, Sarah. So, you happy to go? Fine.
I just think most people don't think it's the right thing to do.
Or no? Everything we talked about today? Yes. What do you mean? Yeah, I swear. Remember I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot to raise your hand to remind me to tell you. Okay. Do you promise to swear that everything we talked about today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? Or what's true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? What that wasn't intentional? Everything you said today. Everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. To the best of my knowledge. Correct. Yes. Why?
That's how you talk to somebody to assure that everything that we talked about is
true and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
That's your question.
To the best of my knowledge.
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. Yes, but it was not intentional. Why?
Stand up. You just turn up this wall. You can find your back. Have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No. Okay. Why is it happening?
And yet, this whole, it's a formality, it's just routine.
Somebody needs to call Brian, please. Okay.
So very good at making it seem like there's just
You can be sent to jail.
So why is it
nothing.
happening? So this was okay.
No,
No,
that's
okay.
true. I'm going to ask you to explain these things to us. And
You're right, you're right.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentional.
Doesn't matter. Still there. Make it. Have sheets.
So I can shut up. Why was that?
Because
Before y'all said I could leave. But I was done after that.
we were done, yes. We were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is.
We were done.
Right. Not intentional. Okay. So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian. Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's coming.
that's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now we're just not going to have him come home. So there's nothing that I can do. There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
You'll be afforded the time in court, you'll be afforded an attorney, you'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked
But
out.
what's the time frame for that though?
I have no way of, we'll tell you, you should make first appearance by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, and how things are busy, how quickly you get down there.
I have no permission to keep trying. I need water like reading that please. We'll shut down.
Absolutely not.
I just got those.
Okay. They are not allowed to do
those.
What am I going to do with my car?
Pretty fine radios. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones, you'll be able to call.
What, is it possible?
Yeah, once you get down there and get with them, you'll be able to use the phone in the waiting
How long will it take for me to talk to Brian?
Oh, it's
room.
sunglasses,
That's not
lady.
quickly they get you through. I'm trying to say everything now. It's a 3 phone call in the lobby, it's 3
All of
phones.
you read their life papers.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I going to talk about those? Let's not have any back.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll sit in the big bay. You'll be left there for a while. You don't work at the jail.
As long as you don't
You don't act like this. You'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and cursing, I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for a big day.
still put you there. Why you're acting like this?
I guess the last time I had a major panic attack was building. So where am I going to do first? Okay.
The first is going to come, but the cigarettes are stuck in the end, so. Oh, no, okay, mine is an autism.
Where did you all decide to do
No,
this?
David, we're AI.
Because I knew it was going to happen. So I came back and noticed.
It's nearly over. We've been watching it on super high speed. It's funny.
Don't forget, I have my, Maple Street on. I have things in my car that I
We're
need
going
to
to do quiz soon.
Well, I have my medication.
Did you miss
They have a
us?
pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing them.
They can't have stuff.
So again, when you get checked in, we're going to be seeing nurse. And that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work on this, I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy. And then you will be reported to see somebody. Okay? I put that in. All right.
Bye. Oh, hang on. I better turn it back down again. Because, yep, she's going to be too fast. Hang on. No, why can't we hear her? Hello? Hi? Where's sound? Maybe it took a second for court audio to change over. Hello?
And watched a recorded
There we
interview
go.
that contained opinions and statements by Detective Lowen and Detective
Side
Kopsel
dialing.
to Sarah Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officers as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. You may continue.
Ma'am, did all of these events that you have testified to in regards to your investigation, did they all occur in Orlando, Orange County, Florida?
No.
Yes, they did.
And ma'am, do you see the person today here in court who admitted to zipping up George Torres in a suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the Suitcase video taunting George Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in
How do you
court
know that?
who admitted to you flipping George Torres while he was
God, this
in
is
the
dramatic.
suitcase?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the person today here in court who admitted going to bed while George Torres continued to suffer in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that person by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Yes, she's at the defense table in black and I guess a pinkish top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
No further questions at this time.
Where's her?
Members of the jury, it is 5:59. I tried to get you out of here before 6. We will continue with the balance of the state's presentation tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to give you another
never
instruction similar to
heard
what I've read you
anything like
previously
that
over the last couple of
before.
days.
Do you see the person who flipped him callously over? Do you hear the person who was taunting him? Do you see the person who said it was unintentional? Do you see this nasty witch in the courtroom before you? Yes, it was her. Anyone ever seen that before? No, I've never, ever seen like that kind of dramatic build-up to a defendant being identified in courtroom before. No. That was nuts. And she legit got the color of her shirt wrong. It's like snakeskin. It's not pink. She identified her wrong. Did she identify Shelby? Oh no, it's Shelby. Cacciatore bringing a little touch of that snackage, just a little. And you said there was no theatre from Cacciatore. That was theatre.
Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else.
What?
You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial.
Gosh, I need to get on.
Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess for this evening. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And again, I thank you for your attention and your sacrifice in this matter.
What, did he just like give her a little, you know? Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Get up now. He did. Right. Okay, so Sarah has been acting like a bit of a kitten lately with the influence of Suni being around. I've got some video of this actually.
Y'all maybe see it.
It's kind
State
of
anything else we need
adorable.
to discuss this evening?
I've received a motion from the defense that I guess they filed at 5:08 p.m. regarding the witness Pearl Walker to appear by Zoom. It is not something I can agree to, and I'm not sure if they're meeting for deposition or trial or both. It doesn't specify.
Becky's out of
I
there.
talked to Miss Walker's daughter, who is her caregiver, and they're going to have her down here at 6 o'clock at the state attorney's office for deposition, and then they'll go from there. Kevin Beck's going to be handling the deposition. But she's outside the courtroom, Judge.
Okay. Specifically referring to a motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed October 21st, 2024 at 5:08 p.m. The court has reviewed it. We can address this tomorrow after you've had the opportunity to take the deposition.
I would just submit based on what we've just heard, she can appear in person because she has.
Is that your final position?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it would be wise to ask her those kind of questions from the lawyer so they would be able to give a more detailed response about why she doesn't want to appear in court. But I understand their position.
Here's the problem that I have. The rule 3.116D requires or allows the court to have virtual testimony or remote testimony if all parties consent. And I'm not hearing consent on behalf of the state attorney's office.
It's non-consensual.
And in reviewing the other portions of that specific rule, it all follows if there's consent. So I can't allow your request based on the lack of consent between the parties. So for the record, the motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed today, October 21, 2024, is denied in accordance with Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.116, Section D, Paragraph 1.
Judge, the only other thing is we're trying to logistically get our witnesses here. We've got to fly one in, and of course, Miss Walker and the experts. I'm just asking for what
is his problem?
their plan is for their case for tomorrow.
Not consensual.
We covered it up at the bench, I thought. This is our last witness. It's up to them on how long they cross her. I thought we anticipated Ms. Boone taking the stand at 10 a.m.
He mentioned 10:30.
And my understanding was that Mr. Mr. Cacciatore had no further questions for Detective Kepsel, and that we would tender her for cross tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Mr. Henderson had advised it would be 30 to 45 minutes. Taking the worst case scenario, that would be 9:45, built in 15 minutes for redirect. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We will then remove the jury. Once the state rests, we will address any motions. I will colloquy your client on a couple of different matters, and then I will turn it over to you. So I would say that the start time, a good range, would be between 10 and 10:30. I hope we don't have the same delays we had this morning with access. It's Tuesday, not Monday. There may be less jurors, so it may allow better efficiency in moving our panel in. But as soon as the state rests, I intend on moving the motion, colloquying your client, and turning the ball over to you, sir, for you to call your first witness.
Prior to Sarah Boone testifying, I am going to want to view with her the suitcase in the back.
Understood. Okay. Anything else, state?
10 to 10:30.
Defense. All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
This annoys me. So does this mean that defense has a witness who, for some reason or other, can't be there in person, and the state has objected to this person testifying via Zoom? So either the defense finds some goddamn way of getting them there, or they lose their witness. Done. Right? So state is playing hardball and just stopping them from having a witness because of some logistical issue. You are so right, Half Irish. It drives me nuts when defense isn't allowed to defend. That's what's happening, right? What is their problem with somebody being there via Zoom? They can still cross-examine, right? They should let them have the witness that I assume the person's been on the witness list. I'm sure this person's disclosed. Maybe there's some problem with flights or their child has an issue or something like that. They've just gone, nah, object. Yeah, this is shitty. Like, just play fair. Play fair. Jay said they're there in person today, so they say they can be there in person. Well, there must be a reason. Like, why would the defense go to such an effort to make a motion in court for that? There's got to be a reason, right? And they didn't say it out loud, so maybe it's a private thing. Maybe something personal has happened in their family. Who knows? But why would the state just object? Like, there's got to... These things don't just happen because people just don't feel like coming into court. Like, if the person is around today, maybe they have to be somewhere tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows? But it smells. I don't like it. It smells. It just doesn't seem right. So, anyway, it's like, why would you just not let them have their witness? Let them do their job. This thing's tied up anyway. Just let them do their job. That's all. Anyway, so you know what that means, everyone. You have hung in there and you get rewarded, if you see it that way. Yeah. It sounds like the person's elderly. They said the daughter is a caregiver, so maybe the caregiver can't accommodate the person in testimony. Yeah, that could be it. That could be it. Because they know Kranick will help the state wherever he can. Yep. And, I mean, to be fair, Kranick he's right. He can't allow it if both sides don't agree to it. So his hands are kind of tied. I don't like it. Just let them do their job. So dumb. So dumb. It just feels like you're not being fair. Let it be a fair playing field. Who is this one? Waters, it reminds me, I have to go back and have a look, but I thought that was a expert. If it's an expert witness and they're going to miss out on an expert witness for this, that would be awful. Imagine that. Imagine if they missed out on an expert witness because of something like that, like a caregiver not being able to be around or some other thing like that, and then the state just goes, nah, you can't have them on Zoom. You don't think so? I thought, if I heard it correctly, and sorry, I shouldn't be speculating. I need to go back and have a look at the list. I need to go back and have a look at the actual list of people that they had before I go and shoot my mouth off about who the witness was, because I can't remember right now. I am running on no food and very little sleep. Okay, the medical examiner did not include George's broken bones where? 1, the death certificate. 2, the coffin. 3, the autopsy. Or 4, her report. Put your answers in chat, everybody, and I'll get these things off the page. There we go. The medical examiner did not include George's broken bones where? 1, the death certificate. 2, the coffin. 3, the autopsy. Or 4, her report. Put your answers in chat. Do, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Do you remember this? Because this was a little while ago now. Oh, Old Lane Red gets it, and Beautiful Waterfall gets it. Half Irish got it. Chloe and Marsha. Anyone else playing? We've still got 33 people here. Come on, guys, play. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Amazing. Applause. Where's my applause? Let's get excited. I know it's late. Sarah's phone was what model? Samsung S2. 2. Motorola Flip. 3. iPhone XS. Or 4. iPhone 8. Sarah's phone was what model? 1. Samsung S2. 2. Motorola Flip. 3. iPhone XS. Or 4. iPhone 8. Put your answers in chat, everyone. Let's go. It was a long day, I know. But you're going to give it away too quickly, guys. The usual suspects are going to win. Yes. Sarah's phone was what model? Come on, computer. There's not that many people to count up. You can do it. Oh, Carla's in. Hey. Okay, we have Beautiful Waterfall, Online Red, Masha, Half Irish, and Carla, and you all got it right. I couldn't fool anyone with this one. Thought someone might go for the Motorola Flip. But she did talk about iOS a little bit, so, you know. And I know that, like, part of this is, like, people get to watch this twice if they want to. So I have to make these a little bit trickier. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right, according to the digital forensics witness, what happened at 10:21 p.m.? 1. The phone was turned sideways. 2. The camera app turned on. 3. A text was sent to Brian. Or 4. A photo was taken. 1, 2, 3, or 4. According to the digital forensics witness, what happened at 2:21 p.m.? 1. The phone was turned sideways. 2. The camera app turned on. 3. A text was sent to Brian. Or 4. A photo was taken. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Put your answers in chat. Remember, who watched the Murdoch trial? Remember the expert who just tossed the phone around to see if it would turn sideways? Best expert ever. Best expert ever. Oh, sorry, Carla. Yes, Masha, it was the camera app turned on, and Beautiful Waterfall, and Half Irish, and Online Red. Yeah, sorry, a text was not sent to Brian then. Text was sent to Brian later, but not then, unfortunately. Yeah, that was, of all of the experts that weren't ever experts, that was probably my top one. Coming second after that would have been the gun safety expert or whatever from the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial. Detective Koppel noted there were how many pillows on the bed? 1, 2, 2, 6, 3, 1, or 4, 4. Put your answers in chat. Detective Koppel noted there were how many pillows on the bed? 1, 2, 2, 6, 3, 1, or 4, 4. Yes, I don't know. There was some on the floor, I know that. And there was some number on the bed. Yes. That's right. That's correct. I found this to be quite odd testimony, actually. Quite odd. Hey! There was one on the bed. That's right, Half Irish and Online Red. And Marsha, Beautiful Waterfall, and Carla, she had one on the bed and the other 3 were on the floor. The other 3 were on the floor. I played it back. But if I'm wrong, tell me. You guys make me question. But it was 1. She had 1. She put 3 on the floor. Goodness knows why. Goodness knows why. What? Dang it! 420. Yeah, 3 leaning on the floor, on the closet on the floor. So she pushed the rest off. Shelby had her hair 1 shaved, 2 loose, 3 in a plaited ponytail, or 4 in a ballerina bun? It's a Shelby question. Shelby had her hair 1 shaved, 2 loose, 3 in a plaited ponytail, or 4 in a ballerina bun. No fake question. It's just that Beautiful Waterfall and Marsha pay such really good attention that they made me question, but I was like, no, it was 1. And I don't mean this one, I mean the last question. You didn't look at her? Well, she was only on screen a little bit, but I know that everyone generally looks at Shelby, so yeah. And her hair was a specific style today, and I'll say that now because why not? Yes, it was a plaited ponytail. Not loose, sorry, all line red and half Irish, and not a ballerina bun, sorry, beautiful. Masha. Did you win today, Masha? Yeah, she only made a couple of brief appearances. But when she did, it was just the right angle to see her lovely plaited ponytail. And she was wearing a grey suit today too. Indeed. Looking beautiful, as always. Alrighty. We've got 5 players. This should be easy, guys. This should be easy. Marsha! Is this the second win for you, Marsha, or third? Second or third for you? Oh, we had also Chloe playing as well. Sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, Marsha, Half Irish, and All Line Red, our 3 winners. Yeah. And Beautiful Waterfall 4th, and then Carla Cole, and then Chloe Albert's Revenge. Well done. Thank you for sticking around till the end. Woohoo! Yay! Dun, 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 dun. Hang on. Can't even hear that. There's nothing there. How about this one? Thank you guys so much. So appreciated. It's been a huge long day. Those of us who are left, we're going to go over to Sean's, and then you can see more of it if you want. I'm just going to go hang out in his chat for a bit. Wow, it's been awesome. Tomorrow is going to be huge, guys. Tomorrow, Sarah is testifying. I cannot wait to stream that and watch it with you guys. How awesome. You knew you should have gone to sleep earlier. Hey, we love having you here. He just started a long interview. How did he get that far that quickly? All right. Watch it again. Oh, we like having you here to the end, Beautiful Waterfall. We don't like not having you here. This will be the highlight of the trial. Let's hope so. Let's hope it's not a letdown. Tomorrow will be interesting. I can't wait to have you guys here, and I will see you then. Thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys who stuck it through to the end enough. I appreciate everybody, but especially you guys who stuck it through to the end. I just appreciate all of you so much. It's time for the song. It's time for the song. Her name was Helen. She was an Aussie. She was a fake lawyer from the future. She got on YouTube and made some live streams. Yes, rest up to the Dali and she dances sometimes. The words are always so loud, and because she's an 803 to the attention, excited utterance. Her cat is standing for